So the next time you're lonely, checking your phone for love, trying to kickstart my heartbeat, you won't find me begging now. I'm feeling supernatural, feeling supernatural, feeling supernatural.
In World of Wonder version 3.4, we made several improvements to interactions and gameplay devices. Let's check them out. Let's start with the updates to the defensive tower device and environment control device. You can now set multiple defense towers when using interaction activation. Now, when players interact with the device in a creation, they can select any defense tower from the list to spawn it. New environment control device weather. You can now give your creation a unique sky with blood moon weather. Next, we updated the water cube. With more customization options, you can now customize them to look like lava and polluted water. We hope this helps you design gameplay that's even better suited for your creation. Finally, to help creators design creations more efficiently, we've made various interaction improvements. In area editing mode, the grid plane's height will no longer change when placing objects. At the same time, free editing mode now supports zooming in and out using your fingers. In terms of the backpack, you can now choose whether to have it cover half the screen or be further minimized. We've also added secondary tabs and tags, so you can find the objects you need much faster. Furthermore, you can now drag objects directly from the backpack to place them. We also improved horizontal and vertical character movement by removing the effects of inertia. You can long press to continue moving. In free editing mode, use the quick move button to move directly to the plane of a selected object. The camera is now positioned towards the right when the UI is expanded, so it no longer blocks the player or objects. This should make editing objects more convenient. Likewise, when editing building objects, they can be resized and rotated along the X and Y axes without using parameter switches. That's it for this introduction to the new and improved World of Wonder editor controls. Experience the latest improvements for yourself. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Dear survivors of PUBG Mobile Metro Royale, have you noticed that the town is a little different from before? A mysterious power is quietly approaching. Let's see what happened to the town. When the darkness of night falls, the town becomes rather enchanting. You will find a bottle of transformation salve in your backpack. It will bring you a completely different experience. Use it to transform into a vampiric fiend or wolf warrior. Use their powers to fight against zombies and other enemies. If you choose to become a vampiric fiend, you will gain the ability to fly. When you're surrounded by zombies, you can make a quick escape. You can also fly in the sky and launch attacks at enemies on the ground. Once you reach a certain altitude, you can use the quick dive ability to swoop to the ground, dealing damage to zombies and enemies within range. Also, after you defeat an enemy, a blood orb will spawn nearby on the battleground. Touch it to recover some health over a short period of time. When transformed, you will automatically absorb blood orbs nearby. If you choose to become a wolf warrior, you will gain a speed boost, jump boost, and wall climb ability. These abilities enhance your mobility, helping you sprint quickly to the next fight. You can also jump and climb walls to get over obstacles. Additionally, wolf warriors have a close combat advantage. You can punch to deal damage to zombies and enemies within range. When sprinting, you can still launch an attack to damage enemies within range. Oh, and using the Howl ability buffs you and your nearby teammates. Whether you choose to transform into a vampiric fiend or a wolf warrior, they will grant you power in the dark of night. Making strategic use of their abilities will definitely provide you with a unique and fun gaming experience. To that end, we've also made adjustments and improvements to the room feature in Metro Royale. We've removed some original room parameters and also added some new ones. Now, in the room's advanced parameters screen, you can enable all members use owner's loadout and talents. After enabling it, all players will use the owner's preset loadout and talents. We've also added settings for match duration and return point ready duration. You can customize their parameters according to match requirements. Furthermore, players spectating in the room can now view return point information on the spectator map. In addition to all of this, we've also improved how custom parameters are displayed on the room screen. You can now clearly see details of the parameters you wish to customize. We hope these improvements will elevate your gaming experience. Some basic functions have also been improved. From Chapter 22 onwards, you can head to Settings, Controls, Advanced Controls to choose if you want to show teammate outfits in the lobby and during matches. Furthermore, on the screen to hide advanced equipment, we've added the Hide Advanced Helmet option so you can further customize your look in the lobby and during matches. Additionally, players who play both Classic Mode and Metro Royale can head to Settings and, depending on their needs, independently disable auto pickup for just Metro Royale. Chapter 22 also brings new season rewards and collectibles, so don't forget to increase your season level and get your collectibles and rewards. On top of that, Misty Port, Arctic Base, and the Zombie Uprising mode will have special supply crates scattered around. These crates may turn out to be a treasure specter when open. If you happen to come across them, don't let them get away. Defeat them to get lots of supplies. Remember to look out for them. Oh, and one final thing. You can swipe left from the lobby to access your most played game modes and set Metro Royale as a shortcut. That way, you can easily access Metro Royale. PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 22 will be available on September 12th. Don't miss out on this update. Embark on an enchanting adventure, and may your evacuation be safe and your loot plentiful. Fortune favors the brave. Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, The sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. Vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the Self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The need through the back line. He finds one and it's turned.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.
The grind never stops here at the PMSL EMEA. We're into week 3 and we are getting on board for day 2. We're going to be locked and loaded. John Allen here with Blank, and we are going to be sailing, as always, from the front of the ship, king of the world, heading into, hopefully, not icebergs. That's what we're hoping for today. But, unfortunately, for a couple of our teams, someone has to lose, and we'll have to see who that is as time goes on. And if you want to keep up to date with who's losing, who's crashing into icebergs, or who's going sneakily around them, slaloming past the obstacles, check over the socials. They're already gone. I was too slow on that. But Blank, he's always quick off the mark. What have you got for us today?
Well, I was just confused that we've gone from being like the best pilots in the world to suddenly we're on the Titanic and we've crashed into an iceberg. It's all gone wrong. We're all in the ocean. Lifeboats aren't working. The cranks broken. Can't fix that. All the cranks on the ship are in fact broken.
It's wrecked.
But what I will do for you is, as a world-renowned swimmer, I will swim you all back to shore. You can all watch PUBG Mobile around a fire with swimmer Blank of the ocean. Of Monster Energy.
Get him in the ocean. He's a monster. He's unleashing the beast. www.monsterenergy.com.
Yeah, they call it the narwhal of the ocean.
They do, actually. Yeah. That's definitely.
That is a monster, right?
Sorry?
That's technically
a narwhal.
It's like a mythical beast.
You're doing this on purpose. You're trying to bait me in. I'm not falling for it, because I'm focused on the prize pool right now. Total of 400 grand on the line. The finals, $227,500. To get there, you need the most, top 16 league ranking points, and that's what the teams are competing for. Mr. Narwhal, what have you got to say about that?
I've got to say that winner chicken rewards have gone all the way to Team Spirit. They have so many chicken dinners. They've earned a lot of extra money from that purely alone. What is it? 27,500 calculator time.
Whoa, okay.
27,500 divided by 48.
Is it 48?
72?
72
games?
There's 6 matches a day, 5 days a week. That's 30 a week times 3. That's 90 matches.
90. For some reason I thought it was 24. No, it is 24 because they only play 4 days a week each time.
That's true, but the prizes don't stop when they're not playing. So there you go.
Oh, damn. Okay. So
yeah, I don't know. I haven't actually crunched the numbers on that. Either way, chicken dinners do get you a little money bounty, and the way to win chicken dinners is to take to the map. Sanhok up first, triple Erangel, Miramar for 2. It's all what you love.
$300.
Oh, $300 per chicken dinner. There you go.
Times 11.
Pretty cheeky.
They've earned 3.3k from chicken dinners alone.
That's tasty. You'll take that. Today, sitting out, you've got Zeus, RCB, Heroic, and Footballers Chaos. So we are seeing the re-entry of Group E coming on into today. They took the bench for the first day of our 5-day week. Navi, Vibes, Fireflux, and Trova 2030 all coming back on in.
Yes, of course. Very nice from a lot of these teams. I mean, for RCB, it's a good thing they are out because Loxy's gone a little bit crazy yesterday. Some unbelievable plays from that lad on RCB. And Virtus Pro will be extra pleased that they won't be fighting them off in Sanhok coming up first. My brain is doing some funky things right now. Unfortunately, it's mired down in the numbers on the chicken dinners. I think that's the problem.
He doesn't see the numbers anymore. He's like when Neo learns Kung Fu and he's like, I know Kung Fu, which is the indicator that he does now know Kung Fu. That's what Blank's just had going through his mind. He's been zapped.
My main.
With the knowledge. Yeah, his main, I guess. There we go. Overall rankings for this week. He's mainlined in the numbers as we head on to the overall rankings. RCB sit atop the pack with Loxy lopping off plenty of heads yesterday. Virtus Pro in second place. They're going to be looking to supersede that today with the advantage of playing more games available to them. Team Spirit in fourth place there, 48 points. Not a breakout performance like week 2, but still respectable.
Yeah, I think for Team Spirit, 48 points is very, very decent for them, 77 underneath. And again, I think that you look at this page and there are a couple of surprises. I mean, Virtus Pro in second place is certainly a surprise. RCB in first. Team Falcons in 8th, by the way. I think the only real constants here on the top page is 77 and Team Spirit so far. A lot of our other teams that tend to be up towards that page are here on our second of Heroic, as well as IWNRX. I think Twisted Minds got up towards that first page as well, which is another interesting one to be seen up there.
Yeah, they will be looking to maintain that spot over the course of today. And of course, there's 4 teams that haven't played. The team stats for our top team, Regnum Kaya Barat Esports, for week 3. You can see their first day of week 3 has been pretty incredible. When you look at that damage, you're looking at how terrifying that is, especially considering the comparison between their earlier weeks as well. This is a big step up.
It really is a big step up for RCB overall. Look at that, though. Crazy jump up in numbers. 8,000 damage to their first day, which is very, very wild. And 46 eliminations. This is a crazy result from RCB. And I think that there was some good games from them. Even from like not so great spots as well, they were able to get themselves into some decent circles, get some decent positions off the back of that. So I think if you're RCB, you're a coach of RCB, you're a fan of RCB, you should be proud of that team from yesterday. Very, very well done. And it wasn't just Loxy. I know we said that there was a lot done by Loxy, and there was. But it was a lot of times that he was rallying around the rest of the team. A lot of those end games, they had 4 players still alive. So for RCB, something's clicked in these games.
Yeah, they have managed to find some positional advantages, something in the water to get them a little bit ahead of the game. Virtus Pro versus Team Spirit. This is a head-to-head of week 3, day 1. So yesterday's games, Virtus Pro eking out a little bit of a lead on the average eliminations. They're obviously sitting up higher on the tables right now. That's where that's going to come from. But Team Spirit, survival is the name of the game. A little bit more for them. However, that is pumped up a little bit by solo survival attempts that came through from Team Spirit, whereas Virtus Pro went down a little bit more as 4 in those situations. So Team Spirit sit just behind Virtus Pro.
I think the Team Spirit is a good litmus test for the squad because yesterday they had some very tough games and they had some upsetting performances where they got shut down 1v4 despite getting quite far into the game where it could have gone a lot further. Even on Sosnovka where they had a hell of a position inside Grandma House. I don't know why it's called that, but we'll keep calling it that anyway. But they had a hell of a time towards those positions, but still weren't able to clinch it out. And that is the trouble for Team Spirit. However, I think you saw week 1 Team Spirit play those same circles. They would have flopped, and that likely would have continued tomorrow. The fact they were able to get so many points yesterday and still stay very far up in the tables was excellent for me. That's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, they're definitely being a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more willing to take fights, which was what we saw in week 1 was just not the case, right? They were very timid, not really wanted to get stuck in at all. Maybe, I mean, if you want to be kind, you could say biding their time and learning the lobby, but it just was not what we wanted to see. So this week, I think, is sort of a settle into 4th gear, cruising down the highway, making sure that they've got everything arms and legs inside the carriage at all times. So hopefully they can carry this into the finals, where they're going to want to take one of the top spots. But they have already kind of secured a spot, given that the amount of points they're able to accrue last week, secured a spot in PMGC with the Europe qualifier points, right? That was something that we've been talking about for a while. You've got Team Spirit, Brute Force, and IWNRX currently sat atop the Europe, MEA, and Turkey regions respectively for the PMGC points. Then you've got the overall PMGC points table, which Virtus Pro are currently defending that 4th place, which could change up a little bit potentially. But right now, those 4 teams would get a direct qualification spot, which would push down, if they can all make it to finals, push down that qualification in the finals to 10th place. So it's all really going to be to play for, because even if you're in the bottom half of the lobby, there is a real big chance here to make it to PMGC, to get into those league stages.
Yeah, there's so many spots available for tons of squads. So I think that, you know, for a lot of these teams, they're just looking to keep putting up numbers, keep sorting that out. For Guild, 0 out, Wagner in. We did have a change. I think 0 was out last time, and it was Jake in. So 0 keeps... Oh, no.
0 in.
0 out.
No, 0 in.
0 out for Jakey. Now Wagner out, 0 in. This is what I'm trying to say.
So Jakey in for Wagner basically is the sum total of the changes.
Basically, yes.
Yeah, there we got there. We figured it out.
Yeah, eventually. To be fair, I did say it in a super confusing way that even Tomasz, our producer, was like, "Is he okay?" Which is fair enough. Which is fair enough. I was just trying to get around to it.
He's not seeing the numbers anymore. He's locked in. But yeah, Guild seem to be really testing out different players in different positions. And right now, I feel like for them, this is just kind of like testing and figuring out, because they do get a host country invite slot currently to PMGC. I believe that is going over to them. So, I mean, just getting everyone as practice as possible, that is good, right? Like, yeah, well, that's the word on the street, is that that's going to be the case.
Yeah.
But, I mean, like, they're just getting everyone with practice, but they just really aren't showing too much. Power, however, Al-Haji down.
What?
What?
No way.
That's actually weird. What's going on there?
You can't do that. Not Al-Haji.
Did he underperform yesterday? Or was he maybe illness? Maybe, I don't know. I hope he's okay.
Al-Haj. This guy is crazy. Can't be taking him out.
That is
maybe they're just Al-Hajing, having. It's not going well for me.
No, that's the end of the sentence for Blank. He's been barred from words.
You've all been Al-Had. Anyway, Sanhok next.
Top 5 teams on Sanhok. Na'Vi back in. Trovo 2030 back in. Highest average eliminations for Trovo 2030, by the way, on this map. Pretty poggers, if I do say so myself. Average placement points highest for Team Spirit as well. So they'll be looking to try and keep those placements up as we go once more to the jungle.
Back into Sanhok, because this is a hook of a game to really reel everybody in. Get the eyes peeled towards some of these teams inside the lobby. Na'Vi, once again, the yellow victorious masters. Over on our side of the map, coming back in after an incredible week 1 and a slightly less incredible week 2. So now back on the block, back on the scene, ready to be seen in this game. I need to stop. Over to you, Joe.
Okay, Virtus Pro going to be free to rotate around in Painan. They have a little bit more space, obviously, with RCB not hot dropping them. Power over on the north side, 77 over on the north side as well. They're going to keep on sticking at it in Hartin, though, so that hot drop continues. You've got the south side as well with Black Esports, who have been sometimes getting into a little bit of a scrap over by Camp Charlie. See if they can get rid of that one, but at the moment it is just that northwest side. I'm also looking at Falcons and Trovo 2030 on the northeast and thinking maybe something could go awry there. Unfortunately for Black Esports, they don't have that one work. Falcons getting stabbed. Oh, goodness me. Spray downs, Trovo 2030, eating lead as well. It's going both ways on both sides of the map right now. But Vibes winning out this engagement fairly handily against the offshoot of Black Esports 1, 2, and 3 to be able to be picked up as Victor coup de grace the last.
God damn. So many fights going off. Popping off. And the Falcons Ali will... The one shot seems aggressive. I don't know why.
It's a statement,
Bang!
really, isn't it?
Get out of our drop spot. This is our swamp.
Oh, proper ogres on Falcons for this hot drop. They are holding it out. No donkeys
That's
allowed.
my camp, bravo.
That's a nice bravo. Oh,
There's
damn.
layers to this fight.
At what year did Shrek become a retro film? When was Shrek released? I want to say 2001.
2003.
Shrek. 2001. Let's go.
I thought it was 2001, but it had to be different.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that tracks.
Yeah.
It was 2001. At what year? At what point does it become a retro film? Because it's over 20 years old now. It's 23 years old. That film.
Yeah, it's very retro.
Yeah. It's a classic now.
But Shrek was in the hearts of the Zoomers all along.
Do you think?
Yeah. The memes born of Shrek are legendary.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah.
I don't think. Yep, that's true.
What do you think?
No, just that was the end of the sentence. I don't think.
Okay.
Most of the time. Just a
You're going to
habit.
disagree with me, huh? Would you like to fight in Camp Bravo?
Shrek 2 was a better film.
That's a bold statement.
I don't think it's that bold.
That's a bold move.
This is the he dodged the knife.
Nice.
That was slick.
nice.
This is a replay.
Oh, he
of
picked
the-
it back up again.
Oh, okay.
To be fair, the fact that he picked it back up was kind of cool.
That was pretty slick though. There's that one shot.
The interaction there was somewhat awesome for how silly that was. Because he ducked the knife, picked the knife up whilst running to attempt to throw it back at him. He picked up the shotgun. After he got down, he attempted to close the door on the pellets. Like, you know,
He's Jackie Chan.
It looks silly, but in all honesty, Marcelo played that kind of marvelously.
Yeah. I mean, as well as you could hope to, right? The only way you could play it better is not being in that fight in the first place.
Or winning.
Well, yeah, that too.
Yeah.
But it's the thought that counts. That's an absolute lie. It's the points that count.
I think Sanhok is so horrific to play right now because everyone's got very similar ideas of where they like to drop, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I think Sanhok could be a lot better in the finals. Right now, it's a big mess.
I'm interested in the fact that... Oh, might have to hold that thought. Frozen. No, he's going to get backed off. Marso wants a little bit more of it. 77 and Power didn't go for the full fight over on the north side in Huts Inn. So all 4 players for both teams are going to survive. Frozen gets spotted, flushed away by S2G as they lie in wait on the hills to the east side on the mainland, just out west of Paradise Resorts. They haven't gone for the river crossing, which a lot of teams already have. Instead, they're sticking in. Guild, first pro. At the moment, Guild not looking super hot as Twisted Minds take shots downhill as well. This is on that northwest island. Icy hops through with a knock, but surviving and resable as he gets on through to his teammates. Guild on 1 player alive, Jakey. 1 nade, 1 Molotov, and a dream.
That's all he's got on board here.
To not be in last place this week.
That's so problematic. For some reason, you keep saying things in such a way that I'm reminded of a song. And I have to hold back so much.
Yeah.
Not to start singing on broadcast.
That's understandable. I mean,
yeah.
you're just connecting dots. Yeah.
Okay, but have you ever had a case where, like, you'll hear something?
Yeah.
And then you go, oh, that's reminding me of that thing.
Yeah, all the time.
But you need to say it.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried to not say it?
I've tried. Yeah.
Very hard.
So hard. Jakey, with a very hard task in hand, but will not be able to complete it. That'll be a mark against him on the HR report. Not going to be able to complete the task. Unfortunate.
I felt like zombies, where they looted him up.
Give me your guts.
Crowd around his body and just like, no. That was my zombie impression.
That was pretty good, actually. I was there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of a lazy zombie the way.
It's like Left 4 Dead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He was Left 4 Dead.
Ooh.
He is Left 4 Dead. In the new movie from Guild.
From Guild. Oh, dear.
Left 4 Dead.
What role does Timothy Chalamet play?
He plays Team Spirit and he just like knocks them out of PMGC right at the beginning.
He plays all 4 of Team Spirit, but like in different outfits.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fair.
Well, no, they're all in the Team Spirit jersey, but this film will push Timothy Chalamet's acting skills to the edge as he has to perform all 4 characters in the same outfit.
Whoa. With a cameo from Patrick Stewart. Let's go with that. I think it would be good.
Yeah.
Playing old man Jason Kaplan. I think it would work.
I think he'd do that quite well, actually.
Yeah, I think Patrick Stewart would be a pretty good match for Jason.
Not same size, but
No, he could pull it off.
personality
Put him on stilts.
Yeah.
Totally believable.
Looking at the circle, though, damn. Hard
Northwest.
shift towards that northwest. A lot of teams getting across. A little sniffle from John there. He's getting a cold just thinking about how wild this crossing is going to be.
That's right.
And how much shivering is going on between these teams. Because they're fearful of this cross.
I'm just getting emotional about it. I'll be alright. I'll pull myself together. Fireflux
You better do Humpty Dumpty.
Whoa! You can't just be calling me Humpty Dumpty like that.
Okay.
All the king's horses and all the king's men, they're going to be on guard now, and that's you've done that.
Yeah,
and they don't need
put
to
yourself back together then.
Yeah, I
don't you?
did. I've done it. Completed it, mate.
Nice. Whole egg.
Yeah. I'm eggful right now.
You hard-boiled man.
I've got a tough shell, but a soft, squidgy interior.
Yeah, so that describes you pretty well.
Yeah. Okay. That's a
On the
very nice
outside.
thing you've just said about me, I think.
Yeah, it's not bad. You can have that for free.
Oh, for free.
Yeah.
Crack.
For free.
I'll
Like
take
an
it.
egg.
Oh, eggs aren't free. Stop stealing eggs.
Oh,
You're banned
you
from
crack-
Tesco,
you
aren't
crack
you?
eggs,
This is
though.
why
You
you're
crack-
banned from Tesco.
I do not take eggs. I'm
you
not
throw
an egg
eggs.
thief.
You throw eggs at the supermarket floor. That's who
I
you are.
am not an egg thief. That's even worse. Just wasting eggs.
Making cleanup for the staff. Yeah.
You can. I was going to say you couldn't be caught for that because you didn't technically steal it. But it is destruction of property, technically.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
You definitely. That's jail right there.
It'd be easier to like get away with though.
You go to prison and be like, "What are you in for?" And you'd be like, "Eggs, mate."
Breaking eggs.
God,
Gotta
you were
make
like,
an omelette, you see.
I didn't know how to make an omelette. I tried my best.
The same was always you got to break a few eggs.
Yeah.
Where was my omelette?
I thought that's how you ordered an omelette. Come on. Oh dear.
But it's not the case. It is not the case. For a lot of these teams, though, they're going to have to get a move on, get a groove on into this circle.
Team
Yes,
Spirit. I was going to
It's,
just. Sorry.
it's difficult. Go. You go.
Okay. Team
You
Spirit
talk
made
about
an
Team
early
Spirit.
rotate away from boot camp, right? And this is, I think, this is the sort of rotation that we've seen Team Spirit really start to struggle with on Sanhok a couple of times now. So it's good to see that they're there nice and early. They make that crossing from their boot camp drop spot. They actually went down through the trifecta compound, so they didn't go for the swim. They'd spotted that there wasn't too many drops around there, and they utilized that. So I'm really happy to see that Team Spirit have kind of patched up their hole in their Sanhok rotations. We'll see if they can capitalize on it now that they are on this Northwest Island.
It's like a hole that's been patched up through a lot of the teams deciding that it's not worth it. Because we if you remember in week 1, do you remember?
Sure.
The 21st of September. Was that week 1 though?
Don't you
I think
try
that
and
was
get me
week
to
1.
sing.
I think that was week 1. Do you remember? The first week of September. But yeah, so I think for Team Spirit on that week 1, going back to my original point before I started on a dance off, yeah, there was like 5 teams around them in that area. It was so bad. I think a lot of teams realized that and they were like, why are we doing this?
This is terrible for everyone.
Yeah, we're really causing a lot of problems for not only ourselves, but everyone else around. So that has like been fixed. So for Team Spirit, that rotation should always be fairly simple. But it just wasn't. At least this time they get across nice and easy. And this is a weird shift. I personally am not a fan of this one. It's really difficult to figure out where this is going to go, because I think for the majority of circles that I've seen on this, it does end in Camp Alpha. But there is that possibility always of it going over towards that eastern side, and suddenly whoever's on that high ground towards the east just wins. And I think that's what Team Spirit just tried to take, and they lost 2 members jumping on that one.
They haven't fully lost them. They're in a scrap with Twisted Mind, but yeah, Effect and Matic now actually getting confirmed here. It was possible that the other 2 players could 2v2 Twisted Minds because they are very, very split. Was that just Coops on the south side, or oh no, they tried to go all the way through the middle? It's gone past.
Yeah. I was slightly confused by the play. Then again, I get this is the circle where I feel like if you can get into it somewhere, then it's possible that Molotov should do the trick.
Oh, DBS needed. A little cherry on the cake. That is Team Spirit down. They try and...
That was a bold move.
I was bigging up Team Spirit, saying like, oh, it looks like they've really like figured something out. Like they like this, they know how it goes, and then wham, they rotate, split into the circle, and just get torn apart and crash into a compound that they had no scouting done on. So L plus ratio plus Team Spirit week 1 again.
However, also this, they were close. They were close enough to make that rotate. They were too far away for the rotate to be comfortable. riddle me this, John. IWNRX, Vibes, Black Esports, and Falcons.
Ooh.
How well do you think they do in this game? They're
That's a
for
lot
you
of-
guys at home.
That's a lot
For
of
you guys
teams.
at home, yeah, but they're all in similar situations. For
Yeah.
you guys at home, they're over towards the Confluence compound. IWNX just pulled up where Team Spirit was just playing. Vibes and Black Esports are on the north side of Ruins, but yet to cross the bridge.
Well, they're trying to right now, and you can see Axe has taken down the forward point for Vibes. Vibes have managed to land on the northern shore now, but the blue zone enveloping them is just going to push them into the fight. You can see the spray downs coming from all angles. Black Esports, if they can pick up a point or two off this, it would be great because they are very unlikely to make it through. I think IWNRX and Falcons potentially have a better chance at moving in, and you can see 77 already scouting up on the north side. So I think that those two teams crossing, not being held out by Na'Vi, probably is the difference maker here. But I think 77 could have a chance of pushing into the north point of Power's compound, and I think that's the correct decision for them. Unfortunately, they have taken 2 knocks over in the north side. That's going to slow them down really awfully there for them. Trover 2030 with 1 player. Unlikely that we're going to see too much pressure from the north. So I think Power are okay right now. IWNRX, however, on the southeast side, have Falcons trying to get in front of them, cut through with 3 players alive. Nick Big Galaxy and Twisted Mind's going to be their big barrier as Virtus Pro. Brute Force scrap it out in Camp Alpha.
I'll come back to that point in just a second. Oh, sweet. Watch this one. Nice nade, but he just
Whoa.
wanders straight through it. But unfortunately for him, Koa does go down. Drops the Claymore on the door, and it will be no more for Koa on this side of things. Icy round the side, looking to try and find some kind of angle, but Furia sending more nades out, and Brute Force right now just doing the deed with shrapnel.
That was really impressive on the nade. He actually closed the door and made the nade fall on the inside. It bounced back when he didn't quite expect it to, but either way, it found his enemy. He thought he was safe from it. Was not the case. 2 players down for Virtus Pro. Malloy and Icy falling back now. They know that they can get a little bit of safety on the far side. Brute Force will struggle as teams are going to surround them in Camp Alpha to push over to them. So they just need to hold down a corner. It's going to be the safer option for them. IWNRX get eliminated. That is in the fight with Falcons on the southeast. So Falcons cutting in ahead of them did work out. Power actually getting rolled down by Twisted Minds as they descend from the top of the mountain.
That's a pretty cool descend from Twisted Minds. I like that. You try and pinpoint the one location where it's going to have limited members. Now we come back to my point. Falcons, 2 players. Black Esports dead. Vibes Esports dead. IWNRX dead. Falcons, again, probably soon to be dead. This is why I said for Team Spirit, it's not so unforgivable, that rotate. It's a really awkward circle. Some very hard shifts towards the side. I think they realize in that moment they have to make a play and they have to make it now. So that's why they split up, because they just try and take 2 areas. I think it was more so of a survival thing than anything. Anyone else on that eastern side not already made it in the circle, kind of doomed. Kind of doomed. I'm surprised Falcons got here though. This is impressive.
Yeah, that's a real nice raz up to the northeast side, but they are kind of now trapped behind Camp Alpha. If the circle moves away, which we're going to see in just a second, yeah, it goes a little bit farther west, which will mean that it's going to be a very difficult next rotate for the Falcons. It's going to be basically impossible. Nick Galaxy also really crunched in here by Fireflux, by Na'Vi's hold. This should be, by all rights, a Na'Vi chicken dinner. The fact that they've got 2 on the inside, they're moving Lemon and Axa around and scoping out Camp Alpha, scoping out towards this entire south area. Twisted Minds is probably the only wild card in this.
Yeah, the circle has basically said, well, give it to Na'Vi. So it's not far enough west. We'll give it back to Na'Vi again. Can we make it even easier for Na'Vi? Let's put circle off to the west for 6, please, on the board. Thank you very much. Okay, there it is. Na'Vi wins the game. However, you're right. There is some outside chances here. And with Na'Vi taking knocks like that, that is not good news. Very bad indeed. And I think Axe is now sort of in a situation where he can't really get to Lemon to pick him up. I don't even know why Lemon was down there. What is he doing?
He's got to feel like a right Lemon right about now.
He should do.
Yeah. Other citrus fruits are available. Narvalo trying to make the dash for Nick Galaxy. Same with everyone. They try and razz it forwards. They do get a little bit of the edge of the circle, but Narvalo now enveloped. Ralph under pressure from Axa and his nades. Won't take the damage, or enough damage from that. Staying in the watchtower could be tricky. Narvalo down, but Nick Galaxy still on 4. Maybe they just leave that behind because stage 5, you're going to be crawling a long way. If you can make it, great, but unlikely to be able to do so. Na'Vi now feeling like they have to regroup, get into this compound, play the center.
I mean, as soon as stage 5 comes around, very simple. Hold compound. That is right now only one in circle and central. What are we doing? Why is Lemon fighting Enigma Galaxy 1v4? Big mistake.
He's just that good, except for when he isn't.
Yeah, that was
That was a big
very, very
mistake.
silly. If
Unfortunate.
Twisted Minds rolls up towards an RV and they win the game, it will be because of Lemon.
Ooh, this is an interesting shift. Hard northeast on the circle keeps Camp Alpha in. That means that
What's going on with this circle?
it's kind of crazy.
It's like
it
it's
gives brute force a
punishing
chance.
RV for Lemon.
Yeah, well, maybe they should.
We
Make
gave you
Navi
the
rue the
circle.
day life gave
Yeah.
Navi lemons.
We gave you the circle. We gave you everything you need. You try scout outside the circle. What are you doing? Okay, give it to brute force.
Brute force now. It's their game to win.
Brute force, new best friend. Friendship ended with Navi.
Oh dear. Those guys. Do you see what Lemon did? What a muppet.
I wouldn't go that far.
You wouldn't call him. Okay, that to be. Yeah, I apologize for calling him a muppet.
But yeah, that's me. Don't do
Yeah,
that.
that's too far. That's beyond the pale.
He made a mistake. But he's pretty cool still.
Yeah.
And you know he's pretty cool. You
Look,
say he's pretty cool
I'm
in the
really
past.
sorry. I'm ashamed of myself.
Yeah, you should go back to when you were calling him really nice. I remember those days.
What do you think?
You loved Lemon.
Lemon is great.
Yeah.
It's an excellent. It's excellent on fish. Lemonade.
Fish.
Combustible lemons. Otherwise known as handheld
Get him.
grenades.
Get him. Get him, Magnum. Get him.
Get them. Oh, you got instead.
Oh, no. That's an incredible spot, by the way. I don't know why you'd be looking there in the first place, but okay.
Lemon could have hit that shot for sure.
Yeah, he could have done.
Yeah, 100 times.
If he was
Out-
still
out of
alive.
100. But he's not. And we miss him
Just-
dearly.
Just use the med kit at this point.
Circle hard shift out west. Navi back in favour. Goodness me. It's more temperamental than a tween
okay.
girl with her friendships.
Very odd.
Yeah.
12 eliminations, though, dude. I
Many.
think that we've kind of skirted around that fact, but this is ridiculous. They just need to make a hard rotate down the hill, but I
Yeah.
don't think they've got vehicles to do it with.
Oh, losing one on the flush. Rob's cutting out with the rest of the team. They are making that first move now. Twisted Minds from the top of the mountain. Raining
Nice.
down bullets from above. Just the one more brute force player to go, but they are really preoccupied with getting these points on board. Prefod down, flushed away. Will be picked on up. 12 eliminations added for Twisted Minds. Neos goes down. Brute force can't exit Camp Alpha. And Navi will have the center of this one. Rob's going to be very, very difficult to make anything happen here. And it is just one more player. It's Dorian downhill. From the top of this mountain, I mean, they took a lot of fights up towards the north side on that roll down to the north edge. They were able to sweep through, get a lot done, but this is where their journey ends because Navi entrenched themselves. They don't need Lemon to win this one out blank. They're picking up the points against Twisted Minds and take the first chicken dinner into today.
Yeah, there is a little bit of head scratching going on from Axel, which is reasonable. But yeah, for Lemon, stretch out those brain muscles, I would say. Though it might not have been Lemon who requested that Lemon went down to where Lemon was. It might have been a team call.
Well, could have been. Certainly
Yeah.
could have been. Cheeky look back at this. I mean, he connected with a lot of damage in there. Right, left, right. Good night. Hits the punch.
I like this play. It was quite funny. Sino
This
was
is,
just
this is good. Do you see the door
Yeah.
shut in his face and put the nade
Yeah.
inside the building with it?
I just thought it was funny with Kitsune. It was like, I will
Yeah.
cook this grenade for as long as it takes.
I mean, you're probably more likely to get the knock that way than try and last minute switch out to the weapon and then aim on when you're not.
Yeah, I appreciate he
pre-aiming the
committed.
angle. Yeah,
Committed to the situation.
commit to the bit.
But for Twisted Minds, 14 eliminations on that game. Very, very well done. And I mean, they did have Northwest Island anyway, but they made the most out of it, which is exactly what they had to do. I think it's a very upsetting circle where unless you on that Northwest Island early, like Na'Vi is, because they get the earliest crossing on the bridge from Ruins, sort of over for you, as we spotted from both Team Spirit, Falcons, IWNRX, Vibes, Black Esports. You're late to that cross, you're not really getting much further. So I do think for some of the teams, they were a little bit lucky. But again, for Twisted Minds and Na'Vi, they capitalized off the back of it. 15 eliminations. What a game from them.
Yeah.
Very nice. Write that one off on a second place, honestly.
I mean, that's barely a second place, right? Like, it is just really, really solid stuff for Twisted Minds to be able to pull that one out the bag. That's the sort of game that we really started to miss from, well, at the time, it was Gladiators, right? When they used to drop on the Northwest Island, and then after they split apart, I think the Gladiators, without Kitsune, still decided to drop around there, but they just really couldn't hold that split as effectively as they used to be able to. Now Twisted Minds have taken up that mantle, and that was obviously a very effective demonstration as to how that is going to work. So, I mean, great to see that sort of play once again coming back to the top. So we'll see if they can keep hold of Sanhok. But you only get one a day, so things can get a little bit changey, a little bit alternative over on Sanhok. I think it's one of our most volatile maps. That's correct. Swippity swappity. Get off of my Northwest Island property.
Which is exactly what Twisted Mind said. And they laid down the law and the signs. And were able to put themselves up 22,654, 654. Pleasant number, that one. Going down the old number steps. And 1866 for Na'Vi. What?
What? You thinking about the year 1866?
Yeah, I'm thinking about that year 1866 to 654. Very nice.
I mean, I know it was
pleasing numbers.
Yeah, 1866. I think that's a little bit after. I have to look that up, but I feel like that's around some sort of American Civil War or something like that. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll catch up with you guys just what happened in the year 1866 after the break.
You color my eyes, I'm not the enemy. You see my disguise, you tell me I am clean. You save my soul, I'm on my knees, I wanna wash it all away. If I walk on the line, oh, will you wait for me? They'll wonder why I fly high and how I have learned to begin again, feeling alive. When I'm cold, they'll know my name, they'll know my name. Time is on my side, I won't be remembered in this life as a criminal, a criminal, a criminal. I've learned to stand tall and look the other way. Make my mistakes right, I'm not afraid of change. I'm not alone, not casting stones. I wanna feel the wind blowing. Not here to survive, I wanna play to win. They'll wonder why I fly high and how I learned to begin
That was a great way for Na'Vi to kick off their day, so they're going to be happy to take that one home. A chicken dinner to kick off their performance here in week 3. Good stuff. Now we're going to be heading on over to Erangel to see if they can keep it up over on the grassy pastures, and of course keep up pace towards those top of the tables, because getting a chicken dinner is great. It is converting those and getting some some of their lower scoring games up a little bit higher, getting those 8-point games under their belt. As we take a look at 2 of our highest elimination players, the race to the century is going to be underway. Nomi on 90 eliminations, Zadira on 89, hot on his heels. Who's going to make it to that 100 elimination barrier first? We'll have to wait and see. Right now, these 2 players are out in front and neck.
Yeah, it's very, very close at the moment between these 2 guys. I mean, Zadira has done so much for 77. Similarly to the guys over on Team Spirit, Nomi has been an absolute contender for that team so far and was able to do basically kick-started their week 2, I would say, more than anything, and has just continued to be a valuable resource on the squad since then. But the rest of the players have got up to speed with him, but I do still think that it is Zadira putting in a huge amount of work for the guys over on 77. But very, very nice from both those players.
Yeah, you've also got Lemon on the outside track there with 86 eliminations, so fairly close behind them, only 4 eliminations behind Nomi from Team Spirit. So hopefully he might have a chance for Na'Vi to get in and amongst and reach that first to the century eliminations over the course of the next few days. As we take a look at our top 5 performers on Erangel, a draw for Heroic and 77 on average eliminations. Brute Force seemingly outlasting the competition, though, on those 20 minutes and 22 seconds average. However, their average placements really quite low on the placement points, which is surprising given that they have the highest average survival time.
Yeah, again, it doesn't really make sense, does it, honestly? But there you have it on screen for you there. The Infinix GT20 Pro here giving all our players the right amount of attention that they need in their technological requirements in the game, featuring a dual chipset and 144Hz AMOLED display, delivering up to 120 FPS, which is absolutely awesome for all our teams here at the PMSL 2024 EMEA.
And they are going to get locked and loaded with them into Erangel for the first time here today. As we kick off our triple billing of the grassy pastures, it is time to get into the plane. Make sure you've got your tickets checked in. Starting with another south plane path, we're going to be going from just below Milta over towards the west coast, right in the middle. Again, a little bit of a south lean. We've seen a few of these over the past few days, so should be fairly familiar territory for the majority of our lobby. And we'll see if there's going to be any conflict, although this feels like a much more open plane path, right? You can drop out quite far north, grab some vehicles, and really kind of extricate yourself from any sort of embroilment early on. Brute Force can get down to Novo. Heroic not in this time around, and Na'Vi going to be probably able to drop back down to Sosnovka military base. But we'll see where everybody else decides to sequester themselves.
The Brute Force down to Nova Upnoya, not a bad spot, and like you said, Na'Vi will be heading back down towards military base, and Heroic will have to move out somewhere else going forward, as Na'Vi will have their 1 day off of the week. Starting from yesterday, they'll be playing every single game here forwards. 77 heading up towards the eastern side of Rozhok, around school area. Get some good loot around that position. Yeah, again, another very, very low plane path. This has been a reoccurring trend throughout the majority of the tournament. But look at that very hard western shift on the circle, out over to the water. Damn, that's going to be a bit rough for some of these teams.
Yeah, those fields out to the west of Pachinki, the fields around Gatka as well, can be treacherous at the best of times, with the Skidder Force teams to play close on them. The areas around Everest right now will be key rotational points, and you could see teams like maybe Power or Trovo 2030 moving in to take residence there. The areas around the north side of Quarry as well, highly valuable. So teams will be looking to move in around on the south sides, on that north side, getting into the middle of Gatka. could be dangerous, but if the circle does end up closing there, could be highly profitable. So we might see some expected value players coming through from a couple of our teams if they don't have too many other options. I think Virtus Pro in a really solid spot right now. They can move up that west coast quite freely, and they potentially could take positions around Quarry and the hills that sit to its north. So we'll see what they're able to gain in terms of territory over the next few minutes. Teams out on the east, though, some difficult choices to make. Where do you rotate through? Where do you aim for? How do you get that scouting done? And not only that, when do you do it? Because you need to make sure that your timing is impeccable on a circle like this.
Yeah, getting across there fairly quickly is the name of the game for a lot of our squads. Especially because there's a lot of limited space here. I think a fair few squads could land themselves along that western coast. I do like the play the Virtus Pro makes here. Just send Malai over towards that western side. And he can just chill. Loot up a lot of the trash loot in this area, but get fairly looted up quickly. But also gives a very nice slingshot point for the rest of Virtus Pro to head on over towards after they've consumed everything that there is to have over towards the western side of Ferry Pier and in Primorsk.
They are indeed slurping up the loot as fast as they can. Jetting on through, building to building. Making sure the vehicles stay nice and safe. Don't want any third parties coming on in. They should have advance warning of most rotations towards them, though. Yasnaya Poliana for S2G. They are going to be running through nice and quickly through these apartment blocks. Expect to see them getting a move on probably within the next minute, because they do have a little bit of a way to go. Either that or they wait 3 or 4 minutes and come in very, very late to the circle. But you'd think that rotating over the north side could potentially be a nice little early point for them. We'll have to wait and see, though. Twisted Minds playing out towards Milta here on the south edge of it right now. Doran just adjusting those vehicles, looking fairly looted. They should be fairly happy with this early phase. And again, teams are going to start to get on the road.
Twisted Minds heading out, and so are Vibes. You can see there's a lot of these early rotations coming through on the map. Twisted Minds, though, with that last game, look at that, up to first place on the overall. 79 points total, ahead of Virtus Pro by 10. Team Spirit still sat in 4th place. 0 points in our last game, so weren't able to accrue a lot there. So if they want to keep that 10-point average going, likely going to need a fairly decent game here on our angle. Start working their way back up the ladder again.
Yeah, currently in 4th place behind... goodness me, I've forgotten what team was in first at the start of yesterday. At the end of yesterday. RCB, that was it. Yeah, they are going to be sat 4th place behind RCB, who are not playing today. So looking to try and overtake them. Certainly at least, and preferably some of the other teams in the lobby as well. And like you say, have a good match this time around. IWNRX, they are starting to push in around the Quarry area as well. Virtus Pro yet to leave Primorsk and potentially missing a trick here in terms of pacing, but they're more prioritizing a little bit more loot, a little bit more firepower, allowing teams to get more central against them, and they'll push in later on. So that could potentially work for them, but they will lose that advantage in terms of the time it would take for them to get central.
Have a look at some of these squads. You got Falcons up towards that northern side. Currently in Georgiapol, not bad position. 77 though, getting cut down to size. As per usual with their nemesis, Power. Seem to always be finding them on a lot of these rotates so far. And Zadira, one of the players challenging for that 100 points in terms of eliminations. Sending away with the rest of his squad. Not a huge amount of teams that yet to make it to the circle at the moment. You're really Na'Vi and Brute Force, but that makes sense considering they're playing from Sosnovka. Likely late teams that will enter the circle and play Edge.
77 moving in to the compounds around Gatka and in the middle of those fields. And it is going to be the Everest locations, I think, controlling so much of the north side of this circle. Getting into the Gatka fields will give you a little bit of safety, but the rotations out in circles 4 and 5 are going to be really tough for them to go for. Nomi catches Ralph, and he wants to lead the charge towards the sentry. Remember, he's 10 eliminations away. That nade not going to connect. Redox moves in, may be allowed to get the res here, but the scouting not quite as powerful as they need it to be. Doesn't connect with the nade. The rest of Team Spirit, they want to confirm this point. Enigma Galaxy, they're moving Redox around, but at this point, you do just cut your losses. You do just get out of there. You don't have the backup in location to go for this engagement for Enigma Galaxy. They weren't fast enough to be able to find that one. Effect picks up the elimination, and it goes on to Nomi's tally. He's up to 91 now.
Yeah, not bad at all for Nomi. I think we actually regroup. So kind of sad actually, because they didn't realistically need to come up here. They'd already found a position. I think that for Ralph, he stuck around a little bit too long. I'm assuming he heard the pin, but just get in the car, drive away. Maybe he was worried there was more than just one player though. So somewhat understandable. So 1 point there for Team Spirit. A little bit further at the table, just a tiny bit, small amount. Meantime, just wait for stage 2. You can go one of several ways here. South Circle could be fun down towards Quarry. Equally up towards Everest. We haven't really seen an Everest Circle in a while. And we do grab one of those.
We do indeed, and it keeps the containers in, so potential for teams to crash on in there. Expect to see teams that are coming in late maybe opt to go for that as a last chance position, so either Guild or Twisted Minds from the north side, maybe a wild dash from Na'Vi if they decide, you know what, this south side's too chock-a-block, getting around Gatka, you're going to have to filter through to the west side, and there's a lot of teams currently taking residence there, so could see some wild plays there. S2G, though, opting to first just go into those containers and take a position, but it can contain multiple teams, if you'll pardon the pun.
There you go. Well done, John.
You're welcome.
Yeah, most teams making a pretty quick dash towards that northern side. 77 finding some shots over towards Redox. Remember, this is a team that was lacking players, but they do get some revenge over towards Team Spirit by finding Kitsune.
He's on his own. He's on his own on that roll-up, and Team Spirit allow Enigma Galaxy through. I mean, the point of leaving people behind is that you cut off rotations when you're going for a scout like that. But they just didn't stop Enigma Galaxy from moving into this position, right? They came from the same sort of area, same sort of direction. They should have been more on the ball here. Team Spirit losing their forward position. Not ideal. They do know that team is in occupation there, however, so that is valuable information for their next rotate, because they're going to have to make one. They're kind of locked in on this south side.
Yeah, for Team Spirit, you can sort of understand why Kitsune goes for it. You just want to send one player, just so you're only losing one squad mate, and a lot of times it's much easier to get one vehicle through unnoticed as opposed to 4. At least you have an anchor point, you know, you can just send straight towards that compound. But yeah, Team Spirit, after a little bit of a lull, a little bit of a delay, now down to 2 players, which is somewhat unfortunate.
Losing Nomi on the ridgeline to Virtus Pro, pushing in from the south edge. Not ideal. With only the 1 point on the match as well, they're going to have to find a couple more to make this one have value for them. Nomi can't creep closer to that century either. Not just yet. Zadira, however, definitely can for 77. He is still up and in action, despite them only having 3 players left. They're currently rotating around those Gatka fields, trying to find a way in, but most of the time when they try and poke their noses towards the circle, it's going to be occupied. There is a bit of a wall now that sits in front of them around that Everest Foothills location.
Black Esports have that top side 2-2 split currently. Something that you can hold for a little while before you need to regroup to either side. Circle shifts over towards that northwest, and right now S2G, Enigma Galaxy, Trovo all looking fairly pleased with how this has worked out. Brute Force have been meandering over on that eastern edge, but can finally start to figure out a way in, and they might be able to wrap down towards the south, but very, very dangerous. Equally, it's probably going to be locked in over towards that north side. It's going to be an interesting rotate for Brute Force no matter what they do.
Shifu gets over the ridgeline. Unfortunately, Black Esports are staring down at them. the barrel pointed their way. Run down onto Sanhok, actually, as he pushes the car into the garage. That's where it's supposed to be. Got to get out of the way, and now it's just Narvalo for the Galaxy. As Brute sprays it down. The Bison's there. And Vibes take control of this position that Kitsune scouted towards. Nick Galaxy with 2 tried to push on in. They're now out, and Vibes control this area, control this compound, which is going to be a nice little bit of respite for them for the next minute or 2.
Got Fireflux at the moment. Rolling. But it is Brute Force who is careening towards them on this position. Already finding freeze though is a very good start. That should pin Brute Force back a little bit.
Shots from Neos. Getting the reload. Scarface clipped by the bumper. Furia sends forwards in a little bit of a slow, lazy roll up to him. But Scarface caught completely unawares by it. A nice effective bit of deception there with the rotation play. Furia though under pressure from across the way and will fall to it. Lux is there. Wants to lay down the law for Fireflux. Brute Force going to lose a player because of it. It's a trade, 1-for-1. Both teams disengage. Brute Force try and send off a little bit further to the northwest. Fireflux further down the hill. Trying to mount up for it, but circle going to be further away. And Prepod lands a great shot onto catch with the blue zone crunching in. Stage 3. Very unlikely that you get this player back up. Pops a couple more shots out to seal the deal, and now Fireflux on the back foot. But Lux is moving out. Soulcase splits. They're going 2 different directions now, which is going to draw the attention of Brute Force both ways, and in the end, to neither of them. Brute Force now mounting up. They're on the chase.
Yeah, I mean, we want to find out a little bit more off the back of this. I mean, 2 eliminations already. Lux sends out into the blue, and like you say, they fork this one. Either side for Lux up towards the north side of Ruins. North side of Gatka for Soulcase, but there is a hunt coming through from Brute Force here. And they locate him.
Yeah, they do. He's got the nade. He's cooking it. Oh, that could be a good drop. Just explode right in their face. Gets a knock onto Prepod as well. Neos nearly goes down, but Soulcase needs backup. Lux is here to try and save the day. Can he capitalize on this knock? The player uphill. Freezer tries to land the spray, connects some of the rounds, but not all of them. 20 bullets in the magazine. Doesn't quite get the knock either. Around the side, the rest of Brute Force are going to be there as well, and they sweep them aside. Fireflux fall, but in comes a third party. Power looking to try and clean out this angle, and at the right time, they might be able to find a good nade. Easy, cooking one up, seeing if he can launch it forwards. Get those knocks back in hand. And Brute Force are sequestered behind this ridge against the blue zone.
Like Esports finally finish off Team Spirit, who attempted to edge their way towards the western side of Everest. Stay underneath the rocky outcrops and potentially stay hidden for a little bit longer. Not to be though. Be right, Para moving over towards Brute Force if they heard a lot of that fighting, but with the circle moving further towards that north side, they need to conclude this fight pretty quickly.
Getting that res on would be great news for them. Stepping up and into the fight, they want to take it. They want to conclude it quickly, like you said. And there's the shutdown on 1 and the 2 as well. Prepod trying to roll on in, confirm a point potentially, and moving up to the down player Satan, trying to run him down, but that's not going to happen. They're 2 on the ball, but can they get this player back up? Can they get Satan back in and onto the roll, because they have to get around Everest next, and that's going to be a difficult maneuver. IWNRX getting run into as Na'Vi catapult themselves into the compound. No knocks just yet. 3 down on the opposing side. IWNRX don't know what's hit them, but Kind steps out, looking for the shots with the pump action. Steps wide, but will be shut out, and it's Lemon to do the dirty work.
Yeah, looking like a catapult, feeling like a trebuchet. This is some explosive action for Na'Vi as they crumple the fortress of IWNRX. Very, very well played. That gives them a fair bit of space to play on towards that south side. Very similar play start coming through from Brute Force and Na'Vi. Clear-cut clearing for them on this southern side of the map. A lot of teams all angled over towards Everest. Desperately holding on towards that high ground as long as possible.
Na'Vi trying to ascend the mountain. 77 as well, doing so in parallel default. Ooh, big nade. Could catch him. unfortunately not going to quite connect. 77 are down to 3. They've been so for a while as Black Esports reinforce the top of Everest. Take a look at the replay here from Easy. Able to shut down one angle, has the backup from his teammates, and they roll straight on through. Not taking a knockdown there on the south side of this fight was the most important part of that. As we hop back over to the scrap lane.
Yeah, Na'Vi still battering squads and teams as Power decided to run in towards the third party. Sadly, they're a little bit late to the situation here and get sandwiched between both Na'Vi and 77. Good damage coming through from Black Esports up on high, but Na'Vi still hitting some pretty good shots over towards 77. They know they need to get rid of them first.
Bouncer, not going to find the damage. Another nade over towards 77. Black Esports definitely more preoccupied with Na'Vi. Another nade finds Shifu. Zadira behind a ridgeline, the only teammate untouched right now. As the circle shifts out northwest, they're going to have to leave fairly soon. And that is going to be a dangerous rotation. A lot of open ground that they'll need to cover, and I feel like these are the last points they're going to see. Every team on Everest right now is going to be fighting for basically for a 5th or a 6th place.
It's flat ground off towards the north side of them as soon as they come off Everest. And it's a tough rotate to make through towards a lot of teams that will have sightlines on this spot. And it kind of was just that coin flip between both Everest as well as Crates. Where do you want to position yourself? Quite like Vibe's position, but realistically, S2G with a really strong spot playing in warehouses.
Twisted Minds want to try and push over the top of Everest. Toshpik there, waiting behind the rock. Gets spotted, taken down really well. Swiveled there. Robs is already out, but Twisted Minds with 3 seem to be enough to push Black Esports up and to the edge. Lewis and Kakali trying to survive now. Dropping the smokes out, maybe looking for that res. Poser is down as Twisted Minds continue their advance. Na'Vi pushing in from that south side. Black Esports commit to the western point and lose the east instead.
Yeah, Black Esports is getting squeezed quite a bit now. The smoke's a dead giveaway towards the position. Lord still taking shots down towards 77, but 11 eliminations for Na'Vi. Wild how quickly they've been able to pick up so many of these, and a nasty spin out for Lewis will be his demise.
Black Esports going down. 4 eliminations. The top of Everest not working out for them, unfortunately. Flip with a nade over towards Doran. Gets the cook, but Doran's not in position for it. And Na'Vi, again, going to be forced to leave. So are Twisted Minds. This is now set to be the most difficult part of this rotation. Straight through Virtus Pro as well. Twisted Minds could potentially go all the way back to the east edge here. Fully disengage this, and I think that's what they're looking to do. Get around this fight rather than go through it.
Lemon flipping, just use the top of the vehicle to prevent some of the bullets coming through.
Yeah.
Another shot over towards Virtus Pro from Na'Vi, but his Vibes off in the distance. He has to hold them. Do you like where Virtus Pro were able to get to? Not a position they can play forever, though.
S2G shots over towards Twisted Minds on the top of Everest as they try and get down. And this is the open ground that we were talking about, Blank. This open area that sits just at the bottom of Everest between there and South George. As Doran gets into a scrap with Virtus Pro, it's not going to go well. Default maybe wanted to try and chime in, but the shots from the north, you can see the lines lighting them up right now. Immediately taking all the attention over to this direction. They know that you just get rid of these teams and then you're fighting over on the north side by yourselves. Next circle pops and it is going to force that north shift.
Yeah, many teams having to move over towards that north side. And again, for a lot of these squads now down towards the south in Everest, it's a case of how many eliminations can you actually pick up? How much more worth can you get out of this game? For Na'Vi, I think they extracted a lot from this one. 12 eliminations is fantastic for the placement they got.
They are doing real good work so far in their first 2 matches back in for week 3. Impressive stuff. Vibes rotated up to this compound, getting into those warehouses, but they've got to breach, again, some open ground that sits ahead of them. And with the off angle for Falcons, this is going to be pretty tricky. I wonder how long Ali can actually realistically stay where he is on that off angle for Falcons.
Probably not too long. Again, they have an anchor point. Ali just watching for the run out from vibes. He needs to know where they're going, when they're going. Pass that information back over towards Falcons. With only 150 bullets in the mag, it's kind of obvious that the rest of Falcons aren't running with too much either, so they need to know the timing as opposed to making a full-on spray. Information has been sent over towards the Falcons, so they're all looking over towards vibes as they make their way in. Brute's the first casualty.
Will get blasted out as well. Falcons, they've taken a knock, but the majority of the damage sent to Vibes, leaving them on just the one player. Weiss is trying to piece back this game. Virtus Pro with 3. Moving across this open terrain. Malloy on his belt buckle does get spotted. Spraying coming in from every angle still from this northern side. Even Vibes are having their turn. Taking shots out towards this rock. Virtus Pro's path is so treacherous now.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, it was always a case of a matter of time for them. Really was going to be very tough to get over towards that northern side. Falcons do take a knock though. Just quickly res back up again. Malay out next. Bishke gets knocked. Just Icy crawling his way through. Likely not long for this world. S2G still playing in those warehouses I mentioned earlier. A really fantastic spot for them. There was likely to give them a really strong position going in towards that late game, especially if the circle did move up towards crates, which it absolutely does here.
Ali still on that off angle. 4 players for the Falcons. Weiss, yeah, I mean, he's just nading himself out here. Denying the point. The correct play, most likely, will fall. S2G on the inside. Falcons regrouping now to their compound on the southwest of things. Next circle in 10 seconds will show us if it's going to favor the Falcons and shift down southwest, or if we're going to commit to that northeast side into the crates.
Guild on that eastern edge. There's a game that Guild's made that we're very far into. I'm playing it very safe. S2G being the Bulldogs for them. And I think Falcons should be the next to fall here. Both their compounds are just outside the circle, which is really rough to see. And you can see there's a lot of open ground for them. They have created a smoke train they could potentially traverse over towards S2G, but there's a lot of sightlines available to them. I think for Guild, it might be a chance for them to move across and try and backstab S2G. They've got a lot to worry about. Kelsey moves back, though, to try and spot Guild and what they're doing.
I think it's the time for Falcons to go for 1 or 2 players pushing up to this compound, and everybody else watches those doors, tries to draw some attention from S2G and hope that Guild are thinking about capitalizing. On the flip side, though, if you're Guild, you don't need to make a dramatic move. If you want to gather those placement points, you want Falcons to go down. They're hopping in 3 to a vehicle, and Spark's going to be left behind, watching for it. They're going to crash straight into the smoke train, lit up on the cross by Guild, and straight up to the wall. Ragnar wants to hit the deck, and Kelsey's good on the hold for 1. The second is knocked as well. Ragnar's very, very low, and so is Spark. Falcons getting pushed back very quickly. Spark's down. It's just Ragnar left.
Yeah, and this is where Guild needs to make a play. The nades are going wide over towards Falcons. As trying to pinch away some of these eliminations. Spark somehow still alive. And Hope finally falls. In comes Guild, and this is exactly what they needed to do. They needed to come really quick on top of this one. Exo finds a nice nade over towards Hamzy. Another nade from Exo. Yeah, the timing's very good from Guild. I didn't expect them to do this, though. I thought that they would just stay behind the crates. This is the correct play. I just didn't think it'd be coming out from Guild.
Marceau left for S2G, one of the most recent additions to the PUBG Mobile scene, so we'll see what he's got. What chops are you able to display here? 4 players to deal with on Guild. I think he has the more central warehouse, but the next shift is going to come in, so we're going to pop stage 8. Marceau, he's got a nade. He's got a chance to do something miraculous, but Guild just trying to keep things nice and calm. He definitely has the more central warehouse now. So they know that they're going to need to go for it. Sweeping through, I mean, this is nice discipline coming through from Guild. Make sure that you're checking all the angles. But now's the fight. The nade is cooking. One out through the door. Second in the hand now. Exo rotates around. Auto shotgun. Marso chases it down like a dog after his prey. But is he going to be able to latch onto the bumper here? Zero trying to follow it. Marso into the crates now. Cooking up another nade. Has got the armor to try and keep himself alive. Dropping nades through these crates. He's drawing them into a trap. Trying to force these 1v1s. And that's how you win these engagements. But GG not GG. Goes high. Nearly goes down. But it's not going to matter. There's the backup around. The labyrinth solved by Guild, making a timely push into the warehouse and making it out alive the Minotaur no more.
Super happy with that one. I mean, it was a very good play from Guild. I think they very textbook PUBG Mobile in terms of you hear that fight take place, they know the Falcons are going to cross, and they send the nades in shortly afterwards to the edges of the warehouse door. Realistically, the only play they could have made there. Marso looked pretty slick moving away from them, but it was seriously just a matter of time. I was worried they were all going to group up and get hit by a big nasty nade, but it's not to be. They're very, very diligent in their approach there, which is exactly what they needed.
Team Spirit getting cut out during that game as well. Not very profitable for them. Brute Force, I mean, this fight from Power, really well held, really well handled, but everybody on this Everest position just really didn't have a chance as soon as the circle pushed away from them. It's such open ground on the north side. Deadly terrain, really just untraversable, inhospitable, and all round a bad time for everyone trying to make their way across.
Yeah, for Everest, it was the case that the circle either goes down towards the south or it heads back up towards that north side towards crates, and the teams on Everest get a little bit unlucky here. It's a good holdover towards Falcons from S2G. It's just the nades that came through afterwards were a little bit too much to bear for the squad.
This is the great roll-up from Guild on the replays, as Marso does just finally get caught running out there. I mean, it was the right decision to put one of their players on the top of the crates. Sure, it's only 6 eliminations, but they were able to hold it down. And that is good to see Guild and their bid to not finish at the bottom of the table. So far, both weeks running, they have had that 1 point league ranking point week. And this is a welcome change of tune from them. We'll see if they're able to do more and keep themselves from the bottom of those tables. It would be nice to see them get at least 2 league ranking points into the end of the week.
Yeah, I think honestly, for Guild, they're only getting 1 point on the bonus, on the league ranking points. So yeah, if they can get 2 points, double it, happy days. But as we said, for Guild to get into the quarterfinals now, they would need an incredible week 3. I don't see it happening, but this is better from them. This looks better overall. For S2G, nice 15 points there, but it is Na'Vi, the big surprise from this game, with 12 eliminations, managed to snatch a 3rd place spot purely off the damage they were able to accrue early on in that match.
Yeah, really healthy tally for Na'Vi, and 13 points to add to their already pretty solid record on the first match. Nice news. Twisted Minds are up on that front page as well. Brute Force topping the second page with 4 points. Trovo 2030. The big losers on this match, unfortunately. The only team to get 0 points earned from this one. So better luck next time. We'll go again.
Yeah, again, for a lot of our squads down towards the bottom here, Brute Force, IDMRX, Team Spirit. You know, a really tough game for them, just in terms of the rotation that came through. A lot of teams just trying to get scouts in. But another circle where it really prioritized teams that were already towards the center of that one, as opposed to teams that are coming in from the edge. So 2 very, very difficult circles to play. Default getting the most eliminations at 4 and the highest damage on the game. A little bit of a return to form from what we saw from him in week 2.
Yeah, he was definitely that workhorse for Na'Vi, doing a lot of damage for the team. Not quite as blaring as Lemon and Flip, but certainly very powerful in his own right, and Default just keeps on trucking this game, especially for Na'Vi. So good to see their week 1 back in action. Let's take a look at the averages for Na'Vi today and S2G's averages today. So over the course of these 2 last matches, Na'Vi currently flat out outclassing S2G in terms of performance. Look at those elims alone. I mean, that's 5 more points across, well, 10 more points, I guess, across both of these matches, which is great. And their placements as well, just so much higher. It's a better team at this point.
Yeah, a wild average of 1,800 damage and 10 eliminations. That is not something you see every day. So very, very well done to Na'Vi, and hopefully that can continue through the rest of the day here. But overall, very, very pleased with that one. And again, that's something you have to do, especially if you're coming in from the edge. You're going to have to try and clear up. We're going to clear up and set the scene for our next game on our angle, and then we're heading over towards our TDMs. We'll see you in just a short while.
% of PUBG mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile, will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green, together for Earth.
We've had one Erangel that ends up in the crates, and Guild are able to unpack a chicken dinner for themselves, taking on S2G in a final fight that went very well at the right time for Guild to close out that game. But we're going into another Erangel in fairly short order. Na'Vi as well, able to put up a lot of eliminations in that last match. Twisted Minds trying to keep up pace. And if you want to see some of our best teams taking on the rest of the world, make sure that you're picking up some tickets with the QR code down at the bottom of your screen. There is a limited 40% early bird discount for that scan. So make sure you head on over, grab your tickets, and send on for London later this year for the PMGC finals over in the XL Center.
Nomi on the sleep gaming. He needs to unleash the beast, if possible, at this moment in time. You can find out more over www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Na'Vi on your screens, feeling fairly happy, feeling fairly pleased. I think they've had two rough, well, not actually. They had one rough circle for themselves. The other circle just kept going towards them, but still being able to put up a lot of eliminations off the back of it. And Zadira looking to finish that century streak, get the 100 eliminations on board.
Yeah, trying to keep ahead of the competition because it is heating up. We'll have to see who is going to be capable of breaking that barrier first. Right now, Guild trying to keep things together. They've taken a chicken dinner, and that's going to be good news for them. But they do want to elevate themselves off that last place, as I keep bringing up, and maybe rather cruelly. But it is a team that has been suffering from not really going for these fights when they need to, not capitalizing on the opportunities that have been presented. So it was great to see that they did that in that last match. and hopefully we'll see more of that over the next few days. S2G, they'll be fairly happy with that game as well. I mean, sure, you may want to win, but you know that that was just a very well-timed push from Guild. There's not too much they could have done about it because they needed to hold that southwest side as well.
Yeah, I think for S2G it was a case of let's just try and get all 4 eliminations. It's likely we're going to get backstabbed here, but I do think that they get more value out of that game than potentially Guild does. Look at that. Enjoying a cheeky Monster Energy on screen right now.
Getting ready for the game. Getting ready to unleash the beast. Trovo 2030, they did anything but in the last game, getting 0 points, which is unfortunate. I've liked some of their games, not so strong this time around. Their first day back into week 3, and they will want to put 4 good games up on the board now. We're talking over 7 points per game at least, on the low end from here on out. Na'Vi, having AXA describing, what do you think? What do you think was that? What do you think he was describing there?
Not sure. Somewhat impressive, though. No doubt. Yeah, a lot of people getting ready to get into this one. Vibing out to the music would seem as well in the lobby. Phones have been picked up, though. I'd like heading over towards our next Erangel. After that, we do have a TDM coming up for you.
Keeping the hands warm. I liking these little hand warmer pouches. Feel like I need to get some of those. I you know, can get cold in the UK during the winter, which is upcoming. Still the fall, technically, but we're getting on into the cold season. Maybe I need to invest in some of those, or in an Infinix GT20 Pro, which is a very strong bit of kit. All our players are using them. Great phones, 144Hz AMOLED display. Can't go wrong with it. As we're going to load on in Guild. Look at us stay nice and on the level. As our plane will take to the skies over Erangel once more. The players are in the lobby, as you can tell by the exciting guitar music.
We love exciting guitar music, and we also love this plane path, which is one of the few ones we've seen in a while that hasn't been extremely far down towards Novorep Neuer, allowing a lot of teams to get towards their position of choice much easier without having to come into contact with too many other teams early on in this match. Twisted Mind still holding on to that top spot, 84 points, running that 10-point average, the only team to do it so far in the lobby with 8 matches played. First Pro not too far behind though with 73 points.
Vibes, maybe with some contests from Guild, but Vibes are going to go a little bit longer. I'm interested to see what Brute Force do here on this south drop. Trying to get across to that Novo position. Could be treacherous and maybe going for a backup drop up on the north side, but I can't see them on the map right now. Are they underneath Falcons on their drop? Perhaps. Maybe they're going out even later. Oh, they are. They're right underneath the Falcons. They're hidden.
You are
Crouching
right.
Brute Force.
I'm going to go for that same old hot drop that seems to not work out ever for Brute Force versus Falcons. We'll give it another go. Na'Vi, on the other hand, did drop down towards the southwestern mansion, picking up some vehicles to send on through to military base. The circle heads over towards slightly on the west, with Pachinki being that focal point. So Enigma Galaxy fairly happy with that one. Shouldn't have to make too many drastic movements in this game.
Brute Force taking the first and the second. Okay, yeah, Falcons got the guns. Brute Force losing 2. Disappointing.
I don't know. I think it's got to the point now where it doesn't really even feel disappointing to me, because this is just the regular occurrence with Brute Force. It's like, we can't get another up Neuer. Let's just go Seppuku versus Falcons.
I mean, that's one way to put it. Hitting them with the knife to the gut. Neos and Prepod, the last 2 players alive. And I mean, Falcons could very realistically just hold this out, put 3 players there, allow a 4th player to go out and loot to scout up towards Severny. Not that you need too much scouting, rather just grabbing some loot on board, getting the nades, getting the weaponry, whilst everybody holds down the windows, holds down the sight lines. And this is the advantage that you get from being able to win out these early drops, right? You're allowed to get so much more utility into these early fights. Whereas, yeah, you see Neos there stuck without armor or a helmet, no utility, no medicine, nothing really to help him out other than just his quick wits, a pump action shotgun, and a rifle to try and take down his opponents. But a lot more on side for his enemies here, lying in wait for brute force.
It will be a slow engagement. I think Falcons still don't want to leave their guard down. I mean, I think there has been a few times where one player has kind of butchered their entire rotation going forward. Most teams in a fairly reasonable spot right now. Power, southwest side. For Na'Vi, though, I've been fairly impressed with their performance so far. Rocket in, second day, looking fresh. 32 points already, which is a pretty big feat.
Falcons now fully on the surround with the off angle. Pre-pod on the low ground. They are isolated in these positions, which means that they are just going to have to try and cover up as much as they can in these solo holes. Falcons actually getting across a lot of damage onto Ragnar. Neos lighting it up out the window. Pre-pod now with an easier time, but Ragnar steps out, gets a little bit too fresh with it. Fortunately, there's the refrag. Another knock potential on the roadside, but it's just Neos now remaining. His teammate is down, can no longer look for the shots as Ali rolls into position behind the tree. Neos taking some shots out, but needs to pop the reload here. Brute force losing a player on the wing. That's going to get picked up. Spark able to get the flush. Now it's up to Neos. Pump action, and he's sprayed down from the sidelines. Hope is there. Ragnar will be back up, and that's brute force done.
Yeah, a much better performance there from Falcons. And I think they play out that final moment really well. Especially with the fact that, like I said, it's been a few times where they've been caught lacking by one or two players from brute force despite winning the initial engagement. Black Esports here looking over towards 77, who are making some interesting maneuvers to try and get away from this locale, which has become a little bit too hot for their liking. And Team Spirit making a very quick rotation towards the center of the circle. Kitsune leading that charge.
As is his way. Kitsune scouting out those forward compounds. Hopefully he doesn't get isolated like he did last time. Just getting cut away very, very quickly as soon as he tried to mount up a stronghold in the middle. Having players roll up on him. It's still fairly early on this match, which means not too many teams going to be super close together on these rotations, but we'll see what they can get done. Vibes, they're pushing in from the east. They're currently just south of Potato Hill in this compound and trying to get available routes down towards the south side of Pachinki in the middle of the map. Past Team Spirit, though, so that will be a potentially difficult fight for them. Moving on forwards.
For Na'Vi, it's actually a really nice drop spot for them because they get both Nova Rep Noya and military base, so it's a huge amount of loot going through to all four of these players. It means that when they do get into some kind of fight, they will be geared to the teeth. Teeth clamped down on knives as well.
Looking like a pirate in Captain Hook's crew.
With 3 flintlock pistols, apparently.
Ooh, okay.
Each.
Or maybe they're looking like Zero from... Is that his name? Have I made that up? From One Piece? Guy who has a sword in his mouth?
Maybe.
Where's Maxman when you need
You'd
him?
have to ask Maxman.
Yeah.
This is the one show I've not watched tons of. It's intimidating me. Keeps telling me to watch, what's it called? It's like some piece or something like that. It's like shortened down version, skips all the filler.
Oh, okay. Is it like a watch order rather than a different show? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's fair. I'm just waiting for the live action series to come out. It's better.
You
I'm gonna
probably
get so
made a
many
lot
DMs
of
for that.
enemies. Yeah, that's not wise doing that.
Yeah, well. Anime's for nerds.
Also,
me.
an unwise statement.
It's me, I'm nerds.
Damn.
That's right. I'm just geeking about.
Stage 2. See where this one heads. This is not super central from a lot of squads right now. A little bit more spread out between teams. It's far over towards that western side, which is a bit cruel to quite a few teams, especially considering there's not a huge amount of compounds in this area. So anyone who was towards this western side has a little bit of an advantage here.
I mean, this is the Gatka Fields open area, right? You've got, obviously, Everest up towards the northwest. You've got the Pachinki Hills out on the east, and actually a lot of Pachinki still in the circle. The ridgelines to the south that overlook those fields, but most of it is just fielded area with a couple of compounds sprinkled around here and there. And teams will be looking for every inch that they can control. S2G finding the edge of Black Esports' positional hold right now, and actually a pretty interesting location. It's a little bit far out from the circle to really commit to fully rushing it down, but getting an outpost of their team, getting that information gatherer knocked off is going to be a nice little feather to their cap as they try and hustle on forwards. Currently, though, getting lit up from an off angle.
Not great. Not great at all. Good shots from Hamzy, though. Finishing off Poshpik. You know, Power here going up against the Vibes, and Team Spirit, in fact, actually taking shots over this way, giving Power a little bit more to work with.
Ooh, that's a great Molotov in underneath Satan there. Has to get out the door, not quite there in time, and immediately there's more fire waiting for him. Mazzaro cuts him on the cross, and that is a really nice 1-2 punch there from Vibes. Vidan with a nade now, cooking up over towards Mazzaro. Doesn't get it in through the window, sprayed down as Twisted Minds, taking shots over towards Team Spirit, over towards this fight as well. There's answers across the way. It's going a little bit harem-scarum as we get into it. Now we're amongst the weeds. Power, Vibes losing players. Team Spirit, they're losing them too. Twisted Minds starting to get trimmed down, and RV could just wade into this one and take it all through, sweep that south edge.
Goodness me, Coops runs down Kitsune, leaving just 2 players here. And the Twisted Minds squad did not get finished off. Team Spirit's actually just going to send away. Lord does finally fall. In the meantime, Power still dealing with the last player here from Vibes, and despite it going quite well, they have been thinned out. I like for unfortunate for Satan though. What's that saying? Out of the flames into the fire. Very, very difficult for Satan. I thought it was a bit of a cheeky move, the double molly.
Yeah, it was nice though from Vibes. I like it. Try and smash them at the same time. Try and mix up the audio cues as well. Maybe they don't realize, you know? It's powerful. Powerful stuff. Navi. With the sight lines onto Robs. Spray's good for Axa. We'll look for the flush here. And this is what I was talking about. Navi just sweeping through this fight as Twisted Minds, Team Spirit, both taking chunks out of each other. They can capitalize on that chaos. As Axa rocks up for the flush. Robs, yeah, gives up the ghost. Knows he's got nowhere to run. Can't hide from that. Navi bearing down upon him and opening their match for a first elimination point so far. We'll see what more they can do. Twisted Minds trying to roll up here with Coops. And it's not going to go super well, because they only have 2 players remaining. One of them has to go straight past Team Spirit. Ooh, draws short there. Unfortunately, can't get over the edge to get to the bunker. He wanted to just send straight in, but it did not work out for Coops. Caught the tire on a ridgeline. That's going to buckle him.
Nomi finding Zed Wolf as well. The building across. Team Spirit picking up the exact location that Twisted Minds are going to head to afterwards. So Vrekt and Nomi, very central position for them. They could play a strong position from this spot, honestly.
Could be fairly profitable, but I imagine we're going to see a couple of crashes coming through in not too long, depending on how the circle shifts. I think if it goes a little bit further south, it's going to force all those teams on the north to try and find ground, and I think that could exacerbate Team Spirit's difficulties here. But if it shifts up north, I think using IWNRX as like a break point, a wind break essentially for the gale that is going to descend on them from that south side, is going to be a little bit more viable.
Yeah, it's a strong spot to pick up. Again, for Team Spirit, they've had some decent rotations, but a lot of them have gone south fairly quickly, which is somewhat unfortunate, but never too far away from the center of the circle as this team at the moment. Fireflux have been generally quite inconsequential in quite a few of these matches so far. Even last week, despite them putting in second place in week 1, feels like they've fallen off the wagon a bit.
Yeah, they haven't been here to play in the way we sort of expect from players of this caliber, and especially in the first 2 games of today, right? 2 points earned, not the greatest, but we'll see if they can turn it around with this position to try and guard out Na'Vi. Next circle coming in 15 seconds. Made high from Ralph. That could be good. Drops down, bobbles through. Oh, it's nearly both of them as well. Ragnar gets knocked. What an arm on the Ralph nade there. Beautiful to see. Enigma Galaxy could potentially try and capitalize on that.
Yeah, it's an incredibly long throw towards Chopsticks. I'm not going to lie. Ralph would be very happy with himself on that one. Circle moves up towards that north side directly on top of Gatka. Loads of field around this area. This is a weird circle, to say the least.
It really is. Na'Vi with a challenge here against Twisted Minds, or what remains of them. Doran will go down, and that is going to be them out now on the south side. Na'Vi up to 2 eliminations. As Default trying to get a position closer towards Virtus Pro on this south side. IWNRX sit ahead of them. Everybody's breaking around this IWNRX position, and seemingly the major choice is go east. Fireflux, Power, S2G, Enigma Galaxy, all on the east side of this circle now. Not too many teams out on the west. It's Guild, it's Trovo 2030, it's Black Esports.
Yeah, you kind of want to play towards the storm drains, right? Generally, this area of the map has more cover to play with. There is compounds off towards that western side, but more often than not, I think a lot of teams realize that they're most likely already taken or being fought over, just like this one is right here between Black Esports and Trovo inside of Gatka.
Nice Molotov. Cuts off Kakali. The wood floor helping it spread. And that's a burn down. Got a barn burner in there from Marcelo. Split apart, though. These 2 players will not fall at the same time. However, Kakali is certainly going to bleed out here. No way that their teammates can get back in for the res, leaving Black Esports on 2. Trovo just want to confirm that Yusuf puts the bullet that takes Kakali down. And now it's just Lewis and Poser to remain on an isolated fight on the northwest side.
S2G conclude their engagement down towards the southeast, but they've got to get a move on real quick. There is shots from AXA over towards S2G just as they're going with the res as well. Na'Vi might try and put themselves in the way of S2G. Wouldn't be surprised to see it. Another high elim game.
Get out the broomstick, try and sweep the circle. Could certainly be in their very near future. Virtus Pro a threat, though, to Na'Vi on the west. This standoff now, I think, is going to stay until we get this next circle. I don't expect too many more moves unless someone steps too far forwards, and I don't think either team is super willing to do that. S2G trying to send in. This is the crash they want to find, but Effect is beautiful on the whole. There's an answer, though, across the way. A shutdown that comes in from IWNRX, so not an immediate capitalization on this, but potential for changing things up. Nomi making the dash in, allows S2G into the storm drains, but he needs his teammate back up so they can cover more angles.
Especially if IWNRX wanted to move forward there and finish off the last 2 players from Team Spirit. Could have been a potential. Yeah, good initial knock from Team Spirit does prevent S2G from making the full crash in. Nades are being flung in this direction. And Wash is dashing this way and that to stay out of the burn, out of the explosion.
Flip on the south for Na'Vi, getting knocked out to the west side. This really favors Guild, Trovo, Black on that northwest edge. Because all of these teams are going to eat up those placements very, very quickly. Trovo 2030, I mean, they want to control the whole of the compound. They've already managed to open with a knock, and Black Esports not looking super healthy either. They've only got Poser now on the inside, and they're being hunted. Yusuf up to the front door. Ragnarok in as well. They're turning the corner, immediately taken down. 3 players for Trovo 2030. And they're trying to launch their campaign for this game. Na'Vi sweeping out to the west now. Virtus Pro trying to hold. Can they break through the barrier as they roll into Icy? Put him underneath the vehicle. Default trying to get the spray down, and it's working well. 6 nades in hand, putting them towards the back lines here as they can potentially go for the res. Lemon out on a wide angle. Does get spotted, taken down by IWNRX on the third party. More damage from Malloy. Mashing Na'Vi as they try and get this roll up. But I think Virtus Pro are going to suffer heavily, even if they're able to win this one. Default last to stand.
It's a very smart roll up from IWNRX, but consistently been sent back. And honestly, this is an interesting decision from Team Spirit to move over towards that western side. It's actually a really good compound. I would doubt it whether they'll be able to get it or not because of IWNRX. But they time it so well. As soon as IWNRX sets their attention over towards this fight on the west, they are capitalizing. Not only that, they're taking shots towards IWNRX, consistently re-knocking on the edge.
As Default goes down, Na'Vi go down with it. Not a super high scoring game, but still 4 elimination points. Now Virtus Pro still with a challenge. IWNRX taking that knock, as you said, from Team Spirit in the middle of the circle. Scarface from Fireflux, that's a bad time. Out on the edge as well, is going to knock himself with a nade. Solke going down, and Fireflux are just crumbling into the fight. Lux actually burning himself out, so they will eliminate themselves. That's a bad time all round. IWNRX going to struggle to regroup here, actually, with Team Spirit covering this angle. They get the smoke, sure, they get that res off, but now there's more danger as the nades from Bishke going to bounce their way in, going to start to do more damage. This is the last one at his arsenal, though. Bounces forwards, doesn't quite go the distance.
Yeah, assuming that they're inside the smoke there, but it's not to be. 77 on the top side of Chopsticks here. Looking to hold out Enigma Galaxy. Remember, with Ralph on an awesome nade from earlier, but now down to 0. Not many left. S2G will fall versus the Falcons. 77 send one back of their own, though. A bit of retribution, but not too much.
This is such a dangerous position to play when nades are being sent your way repeatedly. For 77, they've got to be pretty pleased with themselves that they managed to dodge all the damage. In go Enigma Galaxy now. They think they've weakened this hold, but it's a fairly healthy 77 that will rise to meet them. Zadira on the bottom, on the trenches, will go down, but Narvalo immediately turned on. Shifu rises from the dirt. Will be able to step up out of the storm drain and keep them alive. Zadira is knocked, but they can res this. They'll need to get a move on. Team Spirit, the only team right now with a position in this circle, and they are still taking shots, Blank.
This is actually insane that they have this circle as well. I mean, this could have been a drastically bad game for them. Instead, Team Spirit able to hold on. Some very, very good timing again from this squad. Very well known for this. Everyone on the outside having to move in towards their domain. And again, a lot of teams are getting cut up in the process. It's really only Guild that is running fourth alongside with 77 with 4 players. How long is that going to last? They have to leave their compounds, leave the storm drains.
Hopping over walls now. Falcons trying to make their way in. 77 as well. Divvying up the loot that was delivered to them from Enigma Galaxy rather kindly. Falcons marshalling their vehicles now to go for the next step. Team Spirit under a lot of pressure here. I don't think they survive this crash unless Falcons and IWNRX take the fight with each other. It's going to be a real tough hold on the southeast side. At 77 also probably have their sights set out here.
Falcons take some very good shots. Ali.
Wow.
QBZ at distance. His Swain been removed on the roll-up. Falcons look kind of like a different beast over the past couple of days. It's good to see as well, considering that, you know, their first week felt quite diabolical in terms of performance.
Was not the most illustrious for sure. Another nade pouring over from Virtus Pro. It's going to open the door for them to try and sweep through. They think better of it, though. They think, you know what? We've got that knock. Let's get into the circle and take care of them from there. We've got a couple more nades that we can keep them pinned down with. Frozen actually going to give up the ghost on getting the res here. Take shots back over towards the Falcons. Plant and spray. Hit the deck behind the bush. Use the visual cover there to try and stay safe. 77 clashing with Guild as they go all the way across the circle. Trying to do a lot of damage. They are plundering onto this forward point, though. And it's going really, really well for them. Trovo 2030 also taking shots out this way, but Bishke's there, takes the nade onto Magnum. Zadira trying to stay alive, but he's spotted down in the weak as well and will be plucked from the earth. A nice point pickup for Virtus Pro as they continue to move around this western edge.
Effect just knocked himself with a nade. Yeah, I don't really know what happened there. That is unfortunate to say the least. At least Nomi's able to get himself a knock, but that could have been a very different story.
Certainly could have been. Nomi now with 4 Falcons to deal with. I think he reads into this that he has to do something special. Breaking out wide into the yard, hops back in, thinks that the nade barrage is done, steps wide again. Looking to try and isolate a 1v1, but there's so many more nades cooking. Nomi trying to hop around, getting fancy with it. Goes for the spray, last player to stand, and Team Spirit fall. Falcons handle it yet again. Now on the east side, they're fairly isolated. Trovo 2030 locked into this position by just the lone player of Shifu. Marcelo and Yusuf trying to get on past, but Ragnarok going to feed that information back. Can Shifu get more done here? No, he's been spotted. He's going to have to take some shots in response, but holds his nerve, calls further forwards.
He just keeps on going. They know he's there. Just need to keep taking shots.
Wait, hang on a minute. A lot of them are down. Marcelo's down. Yusuf potentially getting mollied out. It's Shifu with the long-range DBS. Isn't going to work out for him, but the burn is doing a lot to Yusuf. The shot from Malloy across the circle. He spots that man aflame and will extinguish it.
Yeah, I guess that is actually quite visually stunning off of the distance. Something's on fire and it's moving.
Who's that poor blighter? He's on fire. Put him out of his misery. Goodness me. Virtus Pro, 9 eliminations now, Blank, and they're on the inside track. However, the rooftops for Falcons are so powerful over this open ground.
Yeah, luckily, next circle should shove the Falcons out, which is about the only good thing here for Virtus Pro. Kind of amusing for Bishke this game in terms of grenades, because there's been a silly amount of grenades he's thrown that have knocked, but the flushes haven't been there. So I think his grenade knock to elimination ratio will look fairly stupid if we were able to bring it up. Falcons look so healthy in terms of utility, in terms of supplies. Very unfortunate that Effect knocks himself. I actually don't know what's gone on there, because I don't think it's often you see Effect make a mistake like that. Maybe under the pressure, who knows.
Could have been that someone closed the door in his face as well when he was popping the nade out. Could have been a funky bounce in the roll-up with Falcons. But yeah, definitely not something that's favorable to see. Malloy to the hay bale. Spark trying to scout it out for Falcons. You see Virtus Pro just establishing a lot of sight lines here. And then they're going to await this circle shift. They know they can't take the fight with the high ground that Ali has.
Yeah, they just have to wait. And stage 8 is on now. It does push over towards Virtus Pro's way. And Falcons do not waste any time here moving up, because they know that they still have Ali as that backstop, which is so important. Ooh. And Malloy gets run down in the process, leaving Virtus Pro as 2. A great rollout from Falcons.
They are really taking their destiny into their own hands on this match. They've been through a lot of fighting. Spark trying to sail on in, thinks better of going for the complete rundown. Koa distracted, but will get taken down. No, he won't. Koa flips on him. The DBS, no, the auto shotty out in the open fields finally is knocked in response, but Ali is isolated, separated. Ragnar in a 1 versus 1. Bishke with the P90 as well is a dangerous predator out in these fields, looking to hunt down Ragnar. The Falcons 1 versus 1 potential here as the split comes on through. Bishke for Virtus Pro, the last to stand, steps up. Ragnar in his sights, has to hit the deck and stay safe. Ali now rolling on up to this one, could potentially even get the res on Takoa. I think Ali spotted that. 8 rounds in the magazine though for the M4. That's going to make this so much harder for him.
Honestly, I think for Ragnar, the running was potentially necessary, but he exposed himself so much by doing that. They roll him down. He knows where the res has come from, but the nades are just not going far enough. He's only got 2 more as well. It's potentially wasting at this point and revealing his position. That's nice better. Over the top.
They know they can reach it. What a big nade coming through from Ali, putting him back into a 1 versus 1. Knows where Bishke is after that rotate, but the nades are now dry. Ali has nothing to work with. It's a shotgun for him. He does not have any rounds left on the M4, which means the range advantage is there. I don't think Virtus Pro are aware of that. I mean, why would you be? You expect that those rifle shots will continue if you step out and peek. Bishke, plenty of ammo in his back pocket. He's got the P90 as well. This should be Bishke's game.
The best thing for Bishke here is the fact that he's still got 2 nades. And the fact that Ali's not sent any more over the top means that he's comfortable just to wait this one out.
Bishke with the stims as well. Ali not going to be ticking up that health bar. Doesn't have anything available. I'm expecting a pan throw from Ali fairly soon. I think it's unlikely, but possible. Another nade bobbling in. Wrong side there. Doesn't force the peak either. And Bishke doesn't find the range with the nade. Has another one, though. And one more shot at it. I think Bishke may be closer to the blue than Ali is right now. Another nade goes high, but again, it just doesn't seem to be on target. Steps out wide. Oh, he has to duck in. That's what you want from the nade. Gets the bobble around. The range advantage was there. Lack of ammunition driving the Falcons back. And it will be Bishke to be able to find a chicken dinner for Virtus Pro. They continue to rise up the tables.
Yeah, I think for Bishke, that game, his grenades were so on point. Even that last grenade there, I don't know if he intended it to hit like that, but it bounced on the ground over the top of the hay bale and sat perfectly just behind it. Really nice throw on that one, which leads to the elimination just because of the peak. And he thinks he can back out, head back band the hay bale, but it was a nade that forced an engagement. Like you said, because he had no nades in that moment, he has to just go for the trade. But he's got nothing to trade with other than the shotgun, and at that range, it was useless.
It was unfortunate. IWNRX held so many teams out on the south side. I mean, everybody was trying to push past them. They couldn't leave it, unfortunately, in the end. And these nades to open things up, looking pretty clean. Guild out on the northwest side. They had a long survival into this match, but could go no further. The rundowns from Falcons and a glimmer of hope potentially for their record, as they're able to do some impressive stuff, but Koa just a little bit more impressive this time around.
I think that was the hero play, right? Bishke is able to clutch up towards the end, but for Koa taking down 2 of those players and forcing Ragnar out from that position, that was the hero play. Not to say that Falcons' approach, 13 eliminations, wow. Not to say that Falcons' approach wasn't really quite phenomenal, because I did like, it takes a team a little while to get to this point where you're very confident in what you need to do and doing it immediately. So as soon as they saw the shift out towards Virtus Pro, they instantly send players out and leave Ragnar behind, because the only way they leave Ali behind, because the only way Ali's going to have impact is if he has time outside that blue, provide that backstop potential, provide that cover towards the rest of the squad. But I do think the Falcons don't use him well at all, though. Towards that end point, they push far in towards the enemy camp and essentially play into a 3v3, which is exactly what Virtus Pro was looking for.
Yeah, I mean that was a pretty nutty switch up from Koa though on that roll up, and maybe it could have been a little bit more precise on that one. But going down to mechanical misplay is maybe not the way you want to take engagements. Like you say, you get that backup from Ali, and that's a different fight entirely. Or if you get an opening knocks, could have been completely.
Because you can get the players upright towards the front line because they can't peek with Ali there. And then Ali can come forward afterwards to rejoin the rest of the squad. Maybe it's because they realized they didn't have a lot of grenades, didn't have a lot of utility, and it was likely going to be a bit of a bust if they tried to go for the tactical gameplay there, John.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out for them in the end, but still, relatively impressive game overall from Falcons, doing a lot of work, snatched away from them at the end by Virtus Pro, who were able to push in from the southwest side. Success for Virtus Pro in the open fields, as they claim. The second chicken dinner on Erangel today. The third match goes their way. We're going to be coming back very shortly with the TDM. And we have our little half-time snack. That's right, we're getting ready to dine on the Warehouse TDM challenge that was earned yesterday. The call-out was over towards Team Spirit, which was definitely an unexpected decision to be made. And you can see what the stakes are for each of our daily TDM challenges. The MVP from the previous day picks a team to fight 4v4 on the Warehouse, and you claim $500 if you're able to win that one out. So, who's going to get it today? We'll have to wait and see.
We'll have to find out in just a short while once this TDM does take place. But a nice $500 on the line for a lot of squads is very nice to see here. $500 per match, total of $6,000. And we got 12 matches during our 3 weeks. And our 3 weeks are coming to a close pretty shortly. Only 3 more days after this one. And this is when they will be happening, as I'm sure you're all aware by now.
Absolutely. We have got our first one today, obviously, the Thursday coming on through. We've got 3 more left, and that'll be fun. We'll be keeping track of those with plenty of money still to dish out. We've got, well, today's, which counts for 500. We've got 2,000 to give out just this week, and that's going to go to whoever's able to claim it. It will be an interesting match to see this one. I think this is the first time we've seen someone call out one of the strongest teams in the tournament. RCB from yesterday were able to top the tables very dramatically over the course of their day, and they elected Team Spirit to try and take down. So that's a very bold choice, certainly a statement piece.
It is, yeah. I mean, they were pretty pleased with their performance, now looking to take it to their previous week dominators in terms of Team Spirit. Let's see how this all goes down, because we've had some interesting matches that went all the way with some kind of weird gameplay, I would say, where it's all backing it all the way up to the base and just playing off the trades. It is P90s and nades in hands for both teams.
At the moment, no super fast aggression. Nomi nader towards Azel, but that's an easy dodge. Does tag a bit of damage. Silas as well has taken some. Nomi, ooh, could just be able to sneak that one around the corner. Gets the Stunner. Loxy under pressure at the forefront there, but RCB heading 2 up and actually getting Loxy back out to safety is pretty huge. He can get that healing start to kick in. We'll be back to full force, and it's a clean 2 points.
Yeah, easy peasy for Team Spirit. Start things off. RCB is certainly a scary team to go into. I think every single one of the players on RCB actually is very good in terms of being a fragger.
Ooh. Picks up the weapon in the middle there. Darts back. Nomi looking to get that healing on as well. Silas cooking the nades. But it's still RCB with this slow 2-point lead here. They are just chilling out. They're hanging out. Nomi posts the nade through the window. Wants to get rid of anyone on the crate, but RCB not holding that angle. Azel with the challenge. The Orm in the other slot for Nomi. Potential to find a 1-tap here. As he waits for Azel to peek. Spray down. Kitsune gets across. Chilling for the time being. Spots Azel up close, knows there's a player dropping in, and no scope with the Orm. Beautiful stuff from Nomi.
Very interesting the way he went about that. I mean, fair enough. Basically a shotgun in the hands of Nomi.
Down he goes. A nade to flush him out. Another one over towards Matic, but he repositions. Silas gets across, and now there's a crossfire established. Matic goes down. RCB looking to move around the edge as Loxy goes down. Nomi starting to light things up here. As we even the numbers. Wild. Next in with a fight. Will get cut by Matic. Kitsune is traded off, and we're 5 versus 5 on the points.
Silas sending nades inwards, but Team Spirit flowing on forward up to 8 elims now. Very nice bit of a comeback coming through from them, but nades are refreshed now for RCB, which is the big thing.
More over the top. Matic does dart out of the way. A nice spray down, line up. Trading off that aggression, trading off the rounds, and it's the M249. As effect low on that P90 ammo, gets cut across again by Azel. 10-9 and 1 point ahead for Team Spirit.
Nomi. Ooh, shots from the side. Take him out immediately. Very evenly matched game so far. At 6 minutes, not a lot of eliminations gone through, only 20.
A little bit slow. Team Spirit pushed all the way back to their spawn. It's a dangerous position for RCB to hold. Nomi steps out, gets the spray, looks for more as well, but they're dodging into the truck. Tries to stay safe. Effect is low, but it's Nomi who goes down in the end. Now 3 points in the lead for Team Spirit. They're winning on these trades. A jump spray there from Matic. Connects as well onto the sidelines. And Azel tries to re-establish control over the angle. The spray down from Wild allows Silas to move a bit further forwards. The nade up high. Might connect, but only does a little bit of damage.
Team Spirit. Nomi watches the nade slightly. It won't flow all the way through towards RCB. Back it off. This is much more intensive than we've seen any of our TDM so far.
Effect. Concerned about multiple angles. Push up the sidelines. Knows that Azel's trying to break through, but that's not going to go well. Wild is using that opportunity to move up into the concrete. Has a nade in hand and it's cooking. Effect is there. He's trying to find Kitsune, who drops back. Low HP, but he's safe for now. And they know Wild's close by now. Over on the sidelines, Kitsune trying to launch it around. Gets a perfect cook on it. That's exactly what you want to see. 6 points in the lead for Team Spirit. They're looking good to try and take this $500.
$18-12, and that's 13 though, so there is some clapback coming through, and a nice shot from the side prevents Azel from going down despite them knowing he's really low.
Matic, full flash, but recovers. Checks his wits, and they are about him. For the time being, anyway. As he gets knocked for 6 from the inside there. Wild. Lighten it up, but Nomi challenging. Wild is ready and waiting for that too, but the nade again moves on in. And Team Spirit still with the advantage. It's 4 points in the lead for them.
Silas, nade over the top. Looks close, but Kitsune in effect get the double punch over towards RCB. Only 4 minutes remaining here. Kitsune running out of ammo, playing on the top of this position.
The spawn shack. Being nice on the cover for him, but we'll need to move out and get a little bit more aggressive with it. Try and get value before we have to refresh on the ammo on the nades. Effect tries to hit the deck, but it's not going to be working out for him. Fortunately, there's a trade from the high ground. Nomi has the angle. RCB being very aggressive here and hops out for Nomi. There's no backline either, but Azel putting pressure on it. And Team Spirit can finally start to eke out their position from their spawn line. Kitsune back up to the rooftop now. And has another nade to cook.
Three minutes left. We're nowhere near the 40 mark. 5 elims ahead, though. Team Spirit. The arm in the hands of RCB, but it is taken down fairly quickly.
6 point lead might be enough to do it. I mean, it's first to 40 or highest at full time that wins it out. Team Spirit unwilling to give unnecessary exposure on these peaks. Zell crawling forwards, but gets spotted. Can't be sleeping when effects on prowl. Matic has to go for the hot swap. Can't quite find it, unfortunately. But they're still 6 points in the lead. They're still in control of this game. Nomi tears through 1. Silas low. There's the trades coming on through. They're now 8 points in the lead and up to 32 with 2.5 minutes left.
Effect on the sidelines. Taking shots is a big lead, though, for Team Spirit.
No way. Okay. Effect down to the pistol. It's bad time all round.
See on the sidelines, 34-26, and only 2 minutes to bridge that gap. So that's 2 full team wipes required. Now up to 35. It does look a little bit worse for wear now for RCB.
36. And the eliminations start to add up here. 7-point lead, still maintained by Team Spirit. 3 now needed to find the chicken dinner. Or the win on the TDM. That's 2 already sprayed down as Matic is there. Zell the last to fall. And it goes 40 to 30. Again, Team Spirit. You don't really want to be facing them. And RCB going to be regretting their call out. That's $500 added. Team Spirit now have 4 wins over in the warehouse. That's $2,000 extra that they've earned. 3 of them from their own MVP performances. And that 4th one coming through from what is probably a regrettable call out from RCB.
Yeah, I think maybe going for someone a little bit easier to take down might have been the more simpler option there. But for Team Spirit, that marks them as one of the only 2 teams to, in fact, take themselves the reverse sweep versus one of the teams that did challenge them. So well done to Team Spirit. Very, very well done indeed. And well played. I think that was actually our most competitive TDM, though, that we've seen out of all of them.
Yeah, it felt like there was definite pacing differences and tactical play where we haven't really seen it so much. It's just run and gun for the majority, but it was nice to see how that unfolded. We're going to be taking a short break and we're coming back with our last Erangel of the day, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a few.
Here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The need through the back line. He finds one and it's turned.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.
And it's the shortest break you ever did see. That's right, we're straight on back. You didn't even have to count the timer down. That's right, we're treating you to just so much PUBG Mobile today. And you've got to get stuck back in because it's Erangel up next for another of our triple billing. We're going for the last time to the grassy pastures today.
Yes, we are. Then off to Miramar after that. But right now, we got to get through all of our Erangels. Okay. All right. We got one more to do here. Quick little TDM for us. Then moving into this one. Here's our current overall rankings. Virtus Pro, after 2 days of play, almost breaking into that 100-point margin, having a fantastic showing so far over these 2 days. Very, very well done in week 3. And a team that I sort of expected to pick up in terms of speed towards the end of the tournament. And they certainly have, but much more than I thought they would. I thought it'd be a case of, you know, getting towards a 4th place or 3rd place and just sticking there. Didn't expect them to be in 1st at this point.
Yeah, RCB still up in 3rd despite having a 3-match disadvantage. The other side of that, though, is Na'Vi on 3 matches that they've been able to play. 36 points so far. And that is very, very strong, very respectable, and hoping for a little bit more from the rest of their day. They've already managed to rack up a chicken dinner. They've already managed to do a lot of work. You can see those 25 limbs sitting them pretty. As we drop down to our bottom 4, it's Footballers Chaos that is the standout there, with all 6 match play. Well, I say all 6. They played 6 matches so far, and they are in 19th place with 11th points. So they're going to want to kick up their feet, try and get a little bit more done. Not playing today, though, so they have that opportunity to do so tomorrow. Falcons, they look revitalized. I think it's safe to say after that last match, they were really in control using their Infinix GT20 Pros featuring dual chipset and 144Hz AMOLED displays, delivering up to 120 FPS, providing teams with outstanding performance and stunning visuals during the 2024 PMSL EMEA. Falcons definitely have managed to figure out how to use that tech, use that kit to its maximum, because that last game, it looked fresh. It looked ready for the fight. It looked really impactful in ways that we haven't seen from them so far, which is good.
Yeah, absolutely. On our screens at the moment is 77, looking pretty decent. And we also have Redox from Enigma Galaxy, who's a bit of a character himself. Always playing up to the camera. Do like him. Naxa looking very focused today, actually.
Oh, there's a smile. That's what you love to see. Naxa in his signature smile, making Na'Vi click, and they are certainly working well together as a unit today. 36 points on 3 matches, over that 10-point average. Lovely stuff. As Plane Path goes from Novo, and meaning Brute Force don't have to hot drop Falcons, all the way up to Severny, meaning that Falcons don't have to hot drop Brute Force.
Which is what you'd like to see. And also, this is one of the few circles where Na'Vi and Brute Force, like you say, can get to their drop spots really easily. Team Spirit getting to drop out around farm. Very nice as well. I think a lot of teams don't actually hard drop over towards the western side. It's really only Virtus Pro that's getting put out here. We'd like to head over towards Primorsk.
They are going to drop out over farm alongside Team Spirit, so potential for that to get a little bit messy if they try and drop on these same vehicles. But I'm sure Team Spirit do not want to get embroiled in a fight after the record that they've had so far today. Losing players early would be a real blow to the morale, even if they did win the TDM in the middle of the day. Definitely want to keep those spirits high by keeping everybody alive and healthy. Virtus Pro going to break much further out to the west and just going to grab a vehicle further down the road. Ooh,
and a military base circle. Okay, very, very cool. Down towards Na'Vi and IWNRX, who are actually fairly pleased with this one. Probably could just stop short here, unless they want to head all the way over towards Ferry Pier before moving down towards the island itself. But potentially wouldn't want to go for that one. Easy could help his teammate, but was looking for a smoke first.
Did he get knocked by a Team Spirit player by some shots? Oh, okay. That's what happened. Matic. Gonna try and suppress this as well. Covering the cross. Actually out of ammo now. Power. They do have a vehicle. You can see their player rotating in out on the west side to try and cover off a couple more angles. Nomi in danger here. Svedan's going to lean out the window. He's got a real challenge and... Oh, Team Spirit, no. Oh, they're losing Nomi early and potentially now in danger on their other position as well with Matic across the road. I mean, he's found some more ammo, but as a solo, he's not there anymore. That's not going to do anything, Matic. Team Spirit, losing Nomi, catastrophic, really.
Yeah, very much so. A little bit unfortunate, but whatever. What can you do?
Fast rotate from IWNRX. I mean, Na'Vi did establish a hold very, very early on the last military circle, so this is an adjustment from IWNRX to move even faster towards it. They get onto that military island, then they get control of the mouth of the bridge. That's what stopped them dead in their tracks last time around, and they've adjusted beautifully. Virtus Pro, ooh, Ralph nearly gets the rundown, but he doesn't realize there's a rock in the way. And Koa, able to stay solid behind it. 2 players on the inside for Enigma Galaxy on the garage. Redox trying to spray it down from the off angle here as the rollout comes through from SnowX, but they're the last 2 players alive. I don't think they want this.
Probably not. Virtus Pro might decide just to send away a little bit of suppressing fire been sent in. Yeah, this is happening because so many teams realize they need to get down towards the south side. Ralph is macheted.
He got. Bad times. Over the bridge. Western side on the bridge. IWNRX not going to hold the far side of it. They are instead going to go further south. The circle is, I think, at this point guaranteed to be going to the military island. Given how the circle can shrink, I think we're definitely going to be sending over down south, and the team's going to prioritize getting over there rather than holding the mouth of the bridge right now on the western side, which is something that Na'Vi were doing last time around. Brute Force, they held out the east bridge. The circle was a little bit more west-leaning last time we saw this military circle blank, but they did hold that east bridge, and then as soon as everybody was locked in on that fight, several teams amalgamated, conglomerated around the north edge of that bridge. Brute Force were like, okay, you guys are holding each other out. We're just going to go for a clean rotate into the east of the circle. But this time, given where the circle is, I think that's going to be harder for Brute Force.
Yeah, I'd agree with that one. A Brute Force, typically a team that likes to kind of wait out their initial rotate, but the first time in a while, so comes to them, so now they're going to have to figure out a different type of playstyle where they have to play central. They have to play in the thick of it. It has been a while since they've done that. Let's see how that does pan out. Team Spirit making the classic crossing over the water from south side of farm. On the docks, they found themselves a boat as well, so even easier of a crossing for them. Very, very quick here to get to the other side.
Yeah, this is the standard rotate for Team Spirit. They're going to go and grab some vehicles. Even if it's a bike, Effect will jump on in there. Able to carry that with them, so pretty useful stuff.
Yeah, it'll do the trick. It'll absolutely do the trick for what you need it for.
Close. They've read into this. They know that this is the Team Spirit rotate. Lemon's going to scout it out. I think he may have spotted a player or two. But Lemon now in danger, moving slow in the buggy. Under pressure from Effect on the spray down. The backup is there. Has to duck back behind the tree. Lemon with a nade in hand. 4, in fact, in the pocket. And Effect should be backing off this, but he doesn't have the time or the angles. The nade's perfect, but he just about hops out the way. 2 players in, and there's the off angle trying to establish itself for Team Spirit with 3 players alive. Can they make this work? Effect trying to rattle down a few still, but doesn't really have the meds to survive this engagement.
Yeah, this is awkward. This is very, very awkward. And again, because the circle heads down here so quickly, Na'Vi can take the time to go for something like this. A nade is available again for Lemon. Looks to pin it over towards Kitsune. Lemon takes a huge amount of damage, but Axa will find Matic, takes him incredibly low and likely will bleed out there.
That's unfortunate. Team Spirit down to 2. Kitsune getting revenge. Effect is in there as well. I think this is an excellent read from Na'Vi. Just unfortunate that they didn't really find the value they were looking for. Losing players in this engagement, really not what they were looking for. Especially having already lost 1 player, right? They know that this is what Team Spirit do. They go for this rotate on a military circle pretty much every time. And so they were waiting to try and catch them unawares. Seems like they've read when that rotate happens for Team Spirit. And are able to extract 1 point of value, but at the cost of 1 life.
Yeah, again, though, I think for Na'Vi, it's a weird one. I think that if you're starting in military base, you have a really strong base of operations, you can play there, so it comes to you, whoop-de-doo, you're in a really strong position to win the game. Team Spirit obviously are moving across from farm. You just give them that position. They probably don't have much loot anyway, so the only real benefit to taking that engagement is to steal that spot, which again isn't incredible either by any stretch of the word. So I think Na'Vi takes an ill-advised fight. I don't think that was at all necessary, and it does ruin the chances of both teams. So yes, they find a couple of knocks and elims, but I mean 1 knock and elim over on Team Spirit, but that's about it. I really don't think it was worth it.
I mean, so my contention would be Freepod engaging in a scrap. They're not holding as aggressive on this bridge. They're actually sent 2 players all the way down south, so very wide split from Freepod to go down. My contention would be I think Lemon for Na'Vi was scouting the area, spotted a player, I think it was Effect behind the tree, and at that point Na'Vi kind of committed to it because they knew they were kind of locked in on that scenario, right? You know that player at least is going to be locked into the fight. Team Spirit are going to swell around it, so
they scouting
out the area.
It.
That's fair because you know Team Spirit are going to be there.
Yeah. You already know.
That's reasonable.
Thanks. So again, they just stay in military base. I mean, if they stayed in military base, that would be a great rotate. They could even head over towards the western ridge. So I'm just pretty confused, honestly, overall by that one.
Especially when you're down a player.
Yeah. Exactly. Anyway, either way, let's take a look at the circle here, which is pretty brutal. Almost half of it is water right now. And we're sending hard down towards that southwest side. So we're looking at the vault. I don't know if that stopped damage. I can't tell.
Secret tech.
Yeah, secret tech indeed. Curse tech, really. There's Jakey. Going against Twisted Minds. We'll find Robs. Actually, that's a very important elimination. Because Robs, for the first time, was out shotgunned.
Difficult to do.
They're very difficult to do. Yeah, there's not a huge amount of great locations down here. And I think the team that's able to hold the coastal side probably will have a great time here. IWNRX has the opportunity to go for.
Guild. Getting ready to mount up. They know that Twisted Minds are on this bridge. Twisted Minds happy to sit in the blue for a little bit longer now. Up in these ridges. Obviously losing Rob's still sore for them. I mean, Guild could potentially just fully turn around and go to the west bridge. Might not be the worst idea in the world. It depends how much meds they've got as a team. But pushing through this, I feel like you lose at least one player. Even if you win that fight, you're going to have a tough time from the east bridge. Fireflux, they're already across. Moving around compound to compound. Actually getting a pretty decent slice of this, but on the far east side of this circle, going to need to move further in short time. So we'll have to see if they're able to go for that.
Black Esports. Over towards that north side. Very hesitant to move down towards the south. I'm liking what Virtus Pro is doing.
Yeah.
Though it is a question of whether people will let it happen.
I mean, given how south the circle is, everybody's going to be able to spot this, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit of a struggle. Bit of a struggle. Maybe they'll be able to, ninja their way in.
Yeah.
Under the guise of night, which never comes here on Erangel.
I'm going for that far south rotation. Next circle. It's going to land blank, and it's south again. That's still a lot of water. I think 45% of this circle is still currently closer to Atlantis than it is to Sosnovka. And that's going to make things really tricky, with a lot of it in that military base as well. It's sticky.
Maybe Virtus Pro can just play the water compound. Okay, the ocean. Maybe they just play that for a while.
That's a pretty good place. Under the sea.
What, Atlantis? New compound.
Down where it's wetter.
To be fair, there is Atlantis.
It's definitely better.
Yeah.
Take it from me.
There is Atlantis in the main game, just not in esports.
Yeah, well. Happens. Little hop up there. Didn't go well. Effect is dead. Bad news. Kitsune alone.
Twisted Minds finishing off the rest of Guild after they took down Robs. They were not happy about it. There's a lot of eliminations in short succession.
Yeah, I'm also looking around the teams still on the mainland right now. You've got Power, you've got Trover 2030, you've got Falcons, you've got S2G. Twisted Minds still over by that bridge after the fight with Guild. Going to be picking up some loot and getting on fast, you'd imagine. But around the bridge, you've also got Black Esports and 77 over towards the western bridge. So a lot of teams outside of the circle right now. You can see they're trying to conclude. 77 not willing to let this one go. They want to find a few more. Kitsune does go down. Not going to outlast 15th place.
And Virtus Pro do make their way in. And they're going to play underneath. They do have to move over towards that north side, though. At some point. But this is actually a very good position for them. Technically the most central spot in the circle right now. This is very grim, though, for a lot of other teams.
Limbo Boom. And the rest of 77. Circling underneath Black Esports, but you don't need to take the top of this hill. It's probably not the greatest idea to send all the way up, but holding them out and playing behind this ridgeline, much, much smarter for 77, because now you can start to move around ahead of them and force Black Esports to take this fight, and they have to run out towards you. Cresting that ridgeline is so dangerous, and you don't quite know exactly where the players on the inside are. The nade's going long. The 77 actually want to push all the way up. Shifu gets a bold step up here and a second opening. Now you can start to move all the way in. Now you can start to overwhelm the summit. And they already were down to 3 with the off angle coming in and spraying it in. They find that final knock, and look at what Trovo for 2030 are looking to find, because it's not going to be a dismantled 77. They have to turn around. They have to get away. The blue zone's going to push in, and they can't go for this fight. There's just not the openings. Circle again, down south. Virtus Pro, so happy.
Yeah, actually insane they've been able to do this. And they'll be
Navi
super
as
happy
well.
with it. Oh, I mean, the big thing for Virtus Pro is they got so much time to loot. So much more time than any other team in the lobby. So they will be coming in with rags. Brute force here, 9 grenades. Level 3 helmet, level 3 vest. This man is chalked up.
Ready to do some heavy lifting here for Furia. Not going to play in that divot. Nice accuracy, though. You can see where he was going for. Definitely a good place to play that bounce. Ooh, that looked like it was going to do more there, but I think it was just too far away. Perspective playing tricks on our minds. The bounce is unfortunate on that. But this is a full surround here. The nades are just going to continue to go through. That one's going to do the work, but doesn't quite catch Victor. So no double knock, but Freezer is ready and waiting. You got Neos off in the distance. That's going to do the trick. And now they can step on through. Brute, the last to fall. Neos gets knocked in response, though, and that might be just a little bit too difficult to get back into control.
Yeah, Neos is definitely gone on that circle shift.
Yeah, he's out.
We got 12 teams, 36 players. Very well. Average of 3 players per team at the moment.
Quick maths. S2G moving in, trying to keep their team alive. It's only Swash who's down. Falcons are trying to roll up into this fight as well, as S2G and Twisted Vines scrapping it out around the plane wreckage. Hamzy atop the wing will not take it all the way, but has backup. Hope spraying down with the Bison. Getting a lot done, swaps it out. There's the shotgun for Marceau, but he's getting lit up from both angles. Spark tries to hop up onto the wing as well, and down in the grass, Kelsey stays alive, but not for long, because the blue zone's here to play as well.
Damn, that is insane. It's so tough getting to the circle, and now 26 players, 10 teams, 2.6 players per team.
Ooh, division. Accuracy. Love
Math.
it. 2.5 now. That was
Yeah,
faster.
That was not a lot of players in this lobby anymore. Despite there being quite a few teams, technically at 10. Yeah, just gonna wait this one out. It's a very open down towards that south side, so realistically the only way this game ends is if this shifts down towards the south central, which will cut IWNRX out, Fireflux, as well as Na'Vi, and they'll all have to be moving out into that open ground. But I sort of expect this one to probably favor one of the compounds at least.
I mean, it's difficult, right? Because Virtus Pro, they do have the most central position on this one. But they're playing on this cliffside that has excellent sightlines over towards it from Fireflux. I imagine that they're currently relying on a bit of smoke cover to keep themselves safe from that direction out to the east. Also, IWNRX could potentially have some sightlines out there if they're getting cheeky, playing up on those roofs. But it's definitely a dangerous position for Virtus Pro now, as teams are going to start to be worried about that area, as the next circle will come through fairly soon. Power going down and eliminated, as we're up to 8 teams here. Playing pretty low average now. 7 teams remain. Brute Force will be cut out of the lobby as well. And the circle shrinks. It's Virtus Pro favor again in terms of position, but again, the cover from the east side, just not there for them.
Yeah, I think Virtus Pro at the moment is just those craggy position down towards the south, which is best for them. And we'll put them in good stead. Looking over towards Fireflux at the moment. 77 taking a couple of shots over towards Virtus Pro's way. Actually moving further up the cliffside. 5 seconds until our next shrink.
Over 2030 on the edge near Enigma Galaxy. That's a great opener for Redox to find. Ragnarok in the middle of their hold. Still taking shots and connecting through the smoke. Back lines there. Na'Vi may have just been able to see it, but Zedwolf now for IWNRX moving in, scouting from the compound. They know where this fight is taking place. But for IWNRX, where do you go? I feel like sweeping around may be the right choice here, but it's a difficult maneuver to pull off.
Trovo. Marcelo takes a nasty hit from the nade there. Another one just gets the first aid kit off in time. And they're unsure where he is. I think they assume they tagged onto 2 separate players. But no. Just the one with quick suturing.
Fast meds. Nice reactions. Yusuf over the top. Chunking out through the smoke with the auto shotty. And it's going to work out. The knock goes to Redox. Spray down from Snoix on the backlines to try and find an answer. But he's getting swarmed around. Overwhelmed potentially. But in comes Zedwolf for IWNRX. Playing for those backlines. Na'Vi are going to force Trovo into this fight as well. Lemon and Flip still in action. And it's just Yusef now remaining. Enigma Galaxy will go down as Snoix is the last to fall. And in the meantime, Virtus Pro just holding the middle. But Fireflux finally able to sneak those sightlines in over to their west.
And that's a big pick-off for Virtus Pro. Hoping they can get some of their members back up again, but it is not to be. Go down to 2. Like you said, there's just not a lot of colour from that location. As soon as IWNRX as well as Fireflux started to leave and stomp on over their way, it gets a little bit more difficult. Na'Vi, 2 players, still going strong. Find another shot over towards Trovo, and that will be them finished off.
This terrain for IWNRX, the current only real safe haven. But it starts to run out over the hill. Na'Vi rolling into the sightlines. Frozen lines up a spray onto Lemon. He diverts, spins around. No rounds connecting that one. Ooh, that looked good. Not going to quite do the entire job, though. Has to pull up short. The smoke billowing now from the buggy.
Next circle shift, very central again. If Virtus Pro just hung on to 4 of their players, it might have been a different story. It was not meant to be. IWNRX as Fireflux move out from their compounds. Likely the big dogs in the lobby here. Potentially will be between these 2 teams. But everyone playing a painfully slow game here. No one really wants to make the first move.
Not just yet. 77. Helping Virtus Pro right now hold their position. Nobody can move up on their western side where they don't have as great sightlines over towards, because 77 are holding out all of that open terrain to the north side of it. Virtus Pro, they're further up. Fireflux have made it to the hills underneath them. They get across this beach as Virtus Pro have been keeping their heads down. A nade in, though, as they look to change that. A knock onto the backlines of 77 preoccupies them. That comes through from Fireflux, actually, all the way across. A lovely nade up towards Koa. Doesn't quite connect fully, and Lux has more. Catch as well as cooking. And that's a big nade to find another. Immediately placed right on top of him. Another nade behind. That's the flush, and Malloy is low as well. Fireflux are doing work to ascend this mountainside. 77 are getting pulled apart in the meantime as sprays come through, and they're taking them down. Malloy now the last to stand for Virtus Pro. Bounce off the tree. Go on then. Oh, not quite connecting.
Yeah, try to hit some advanced maths on that knock with the bounce off the tree. Zedwolf finishes off Lemon from Na'Vi. Just Flip now. Last left alive. They'd love to get rid of this last player, but this position is so hard to bruise him out of.
A real battering right now from the nades of Fireflux. Pops one up high, not quite connecting. I wonder if they are unsure of where he is. They know now. He's out. Virtus Pro fall. No longer able to hold on to it. Fireflux doing well into this match. They now have a priority position also with 77 on that western side. Back up to 3 players, which is great news for them. However, they have removed a couple of sightlines from themselves because of it. In order to establish all 3 of their players back to their feet, they had to give up some of that wide split, some of that open sightlines that they used to control.
Yeah, it was definitely a case of that fight between Virtus Pro and Fireflux gave 77 the short amount of time they needed to. collect themselves. It was looking a little bit dicey over in that location. And IWNRX looking to just sweep. Good shot from Ketch and Scarface. Two teams at the same time.
That's a lot to handle. Fireflux, though. 4 eliminations. Pick up a couple more if they can find them. IWNRX crunched in. All eyes on IWNRX right now. And get rid of Solke on Fireflux for 77. That'd be great news, but if they can stop IWNRX coming on in, that's also going to be really nice and powerful, their position. And the circle, not going to favor outside limp in for IWNRX. Nades actually coming through, and 77 want to dispatch Fireflux first. They know that IWNRX are going to have a tough time, so now they're immediately taking control of the edge of this one. But Fireflux playing this 2-2 actually stops 77 going for a full push over the top here.
Yeah, it does. It's a little bit more difficult for them to handle, but IWNRX notice the explosions off in the distance and potentially think that it's their time to shine. 77 gives them a little bit of a hampering. The nades have got to start to burn dry soon for Fireflux, surely.
They've got at least 2 more there. Solke, Ketch, both cooking. Nade over. Ooh, bounces off, but Shifu nearly dodges back into another nade. Solke still with this to go. That cook looks okay right on top of Limbo. Boom, there's the knock he wants. Bursts right next to his temple. Sends him sprawling. And Shifu can't find an answer. That nade drops a little bit high onto the open. IWNRX now looking to find the east point of Fireflux. They have to move. 77 need to light up some knocks here, but Ketch and Solke are keeping them safe by drawing the attention their way, forcing the fight with them, allowing Fireflux to regroup. IWNRX, what a rollout from them. They're moving in. They're putting the crunch onto the entire engagement here, and Fireflux are starting to fall. They've lost one. They're looking for a second. Frozen gets taken down because Solke's here to play. So is Lux on the backline. 77 are flagging. Last player to stand from them, but Lux holds strong on the forefront. IWNRX's backline getting torn apart as well. A great spray from the Scar. And that is how you stop a roll-up. Scarface bounces one nade further forward. Swain takes a lot. That Molotov burns it back. Kine not going to get back up too easily as Magnum still wants to put nades down. Swain, the last to stand for IWNRX. The crazy dash across the field, not going to work out for them.
Oh, no. Oof, Magnum is lucky. He drops on a death crate, though, and says, I'll have some of that, thank you very much. Kine is dead. Down and out. Not really much chance here for Swain to take it. Nade's coming from the side from Shifu. Underneath, trying to go for a pincer. The 2 players.
Shifu has a nade. He's cooking it right now. Could be dangerous, but doesn't quite go enough distance. Swain. Last to stand there. Fireflux. With Shifu creating a nuisance of himself. Trying to make as little noise as possible. The smoke sent out wide. He's got a little bit more time to play with. Calculating his next move. Doesn't have any utility now. No nades, no smokes, no mollies.
Yeah, I think for Fireflux, actually, this might just be a zone 9er. Because you've got pretty far into this game. You have the central position. Realistically, the onus is on the other 2 squads. Push them.
Ooh, that's a good nade from Lux. Goes long. Difficult to make that one work. The Molotov up. Goes long as well. Magnum still in.
They knew. They knew it was coming.
Needs to be back up now from his teammate, Shifu, from the beachhead. They're really worried here on Fireflux.
Take the shot. He has broadside on him. I mean, it's not likely that Swain's winning this game. I know he wants a second place, but the best way for him to get a second place is just to take shots at Magnum.
Ooh, forces the spray, forces them to step in together, doing a lot to suppress them behind this ridgeline. Shifu may be able to move forward. Shifu spotted though, and Magnum drops down to his death, maybe, goes super low, drops straight on top of his teammate, but he's got a sliver of HP to work with. Lux with a lot more, and it buys him in the magazine. 24 rounds, the drop down, and that's what you want to see. Sulke with a Batman play. Swain up into second place and 3 players on Fireflux to try and manage. Molotov there, launches it forwards. He's maybe a little bit more central. Oh, Lux in danger, but just about dips back behind the cover over towards the tree. They've got to try and marshal their forces. Break out, find some off angles, make sure that Swain has no rest behind this tree now. You cannot allow him to get these 1 versus 1s.
They're all burning, actually, in that situation. Quite low off the back of it. I don't know if Swain's got a stim, but he's not central, so he'll hit the blue first. Sulke, no first aid kit. Now pushing up towards him.
Ooh, Swain, potential to the backlines, but it's not going to happen. They roll out as 3 and Fireflux, able to find a chicken dinner. Finally, they get back into this tournament. Finishing the match, I think, with 12 elims there right towards the end, able to clean up a lot around that cliff and do nicely into the 3rd angle of the day. Match number 4 closes well for them, and much needed as well. Their first day back, they hadn't really found any results. I think they were on 2 points before this game, and that's going to send them up the tables.
For Fireflux, definitely a needed win for a bit of the confidence boost, because they have been having a real tough time of it so far. Here's some of the highlights, but there actually weren't a massive amount of highlights in this game, particularly because it was such a cruel circle the entire way through. That maybe was a highlight.
Leaves his bike out in the open. Can't park there, mate. Just taking out the game for it. Real punishment. This north side, I mean, the fight between S2G and Twisted Minds and Falcons, nobody escaped that. I think there was 1 player from Twisted Minds that got out, but the blue zone crunched it down. And it was this cliffside that ended up being the power position. I mean, the Virtus Pro squad had it for a long, long time.
Yeah.
This was pretty great from Sulke.
It
Soft
was.
sand to break his fall.
Yeah, I mean, for Fireflux to get towards this spot and then hold it down, it was quite an impressive feat. And getting 11 eliminations off the back of it, yeah, there was some really good shots in this game, particularly from just handling both teams at the same time. I think that was the most impressive part for Fireflux. It's not an easy thing to do, especially when they're playing that 2-2. It was an awkward situation, but it was a situation that was needed and necessary during that moment. So a very, very interesting game for Fireflux. An interesting game for practically everyone in that circle. Not at all what they wanted to see or expected.
I mean, one of the most south circles possible, right? It's right on that coastline, all the way on the bottom of the map. As we take a look at our match rankings, IWNRX with 12 points on the game, a good result. 10 for 77, still keeping their foot in the door, their hat in the ring, their name in the conversation towards the top of those tables. Fireflux, obviously dominating towards the top there with a breakout towards that cliffside. So great stuff. And Virtus Pro only getting 6 points for that is unfortunate, but they couldn't go further than they did.
Yeah, I think for Virtus Pro, they got a good position. And again, for Primorsk, it was a hard rotate for them. I think they'll take 6 points, honestly. That is not that bad. And considering their point scoring from the rest of the day, that'll just keep rolling the number on and on. And I think they have broken 100 points now after that game.
Should be. I mean, are we looking for Zadira as well? To be able to get up over that,
Maybe.
Over that tally.
Not
We'll
sure.
have to see. We'll have to see. We'll have to keep track of that, because there's been a hot competition between Nomi, Zadira, and also Lemon from Na'Vi, and they have had some decent games today in terms of getting up towards those elimination numbers. So we'll have to see who's able to break it first. Damage numbers definitely showing you that Fireflux did the majority of control in those final circles. I have had a look at the elimination leaderboards right now over the course of this tournament, and it is Lemon now in the lead with 93, Nomi on 92, 77 with Zadira on 91.
Oh, it's very
so
close.
Definitely very, very close.
Oh, thank you.
Taking a look. Oh, perfect. Look at that. Right on cue. As if by magic. 93 points there for the eliminations on Lemon. Zadira topping the damage pretty handily, though, over the course of these last... I think that's actually over the entirety of the tournament. Zadira is the damage leader. So fantastic stuff. given that Team Spirit have had No Me on his blaster week last time, Zadira is still there in the conversation, topping the meters on the damage.
Yeah, I mean, Zadira is crunching, and he's crunching hard for the team. He's working overtime, he's clocking in early. That's what you want to see for a fragger on your squad. But yeah, for 77, I can only hope that there is more to come in the future, especially more to come on Miramar, which is where they tend to do quite well. So we'll see you there very soon.
See my disguise, you tell me I am clean. You say my soul, I'm on my knees. I wanna wash it all away. If I walk on the line, oh, will you wait for me? They'll wonder why I fly high and how I have learned to begin again, feeling light. When I'm cold, they'll know my name. They'll know my name. Time is on my side. I won't be remembered in this life as a criminal, a criminal, a criminal. I've learned to stand tall and look the other way. Make my mistakes right. I'm not afraid of change. No, I'm not alone, not casting stones. I wanna feel the wind blowing. Not here to survive. I wanna play to win. They'll wonder why I fly high and how I learned to begin again,
Fireflux are able to find a chicken dinner where they have been denied so many times before, which is good to see for fans of the squad. Of course, Virtus Pro were denied from the very same position, the one out that game, so it is unfortunate for them in their defense of the 4th place spot on those PMGC points tables, which currently would see them directly qualifying for PMGC later this year. We're going to be heading over to Miramar next to get a suntan and head on out to the desert. Our top 5 performers lie thusly.
You got Virtus Pro right at the top here, but Na'Vi still sporting that crazy average eliminations you just do not see anywhere else other than this team. 7.44 per Miramar. A wild result for them. Average placements, though, very much in the favor of Virtus Pro at 3.83, almost 4 points per game on Miramar.
Flexing.
Yeah, he's just saying 2 points, guys. 2 points. That's all I need.
He was just made aware of the 40% early bird discount on tickets, and for Enigma Galaxy, they, at the moment, may not need to buy them themselves because they are looking okay to potentially qualify, but we'll have to wait and see. Only 6 of our teams will qualify from this tournament, others from PMGC points tables. But if you aren't going to qualify, you're going to need to buy your own ticket, and 40% discount is the cheapest way to do it. So make sure you scan that QR code. You can rewind in the VOD, check that one out. And make sure that you're heading over to London later this year. All the information is behind that QR code. So make sure you check that out.
On our screen, though, we got all of our players gearing up to heading towards Miramar. 2 more of these on the day. Good old fun here. Very much a different vibe as well, considering some of our teams just do much better on this map compared to others with a lot more breathing room. And I think that is kind of the big takeaway from Miramar, is that breathing room gives a lot of our players more ability to rotate, especially with this lobby right now who is so focused on clumping up early. It is the big difference maker.
Definitely can be very impactful. Zed Wolf there, locked in on his Infinix GT20 Pro, featuring a dual chipset, 144Hz AMOLED display, up to 120 FPS, providing teams with outstanding performance and stunning visuals during the 2024 PMSL EMEA. Na'Vi today have been keeping up pace right now. They're in 10th place with only 4 matches played. They've been able to get 44 points, an 11-point average per match, and it's going very well for them. Hopefully they can keep that one rolling, keep that going. Enigma Galaxy actually 1 point behind for Na'Vi right now at 43, despite having played 6 more matches.
Yeah, a little bit. 102 though. Very nice stuff. Plane path from Putparadiso up towards Trailer Park. This is actually one of the nicest plane paths you can get on this map. So I don't think anyone's going to be too unhappy with this one. See what the circle says though, Joe. As we know, that can be the difference maker.
Certainly can be. Plane path. Nice and central. Nice and in the middle. Unlikely that you see some super extended hot drops, but I'll never say never. Even on Miramar, where it's a lot easier to send out wide, get a completely different location to everyone else. We've seen some scraps around Impala. We've seen some Picardo embroilments that last far too long for our liking. For now, everyone seems to be away from one another. Nobody too close.
For the time being, we got Na'Vi heading out towards La Cobreria and Brute Force over towards El Pozo. I do wonder how much trouble Brute Force is going to give Na'Vi, especially on a circle like this that heads down towards Putparadiso, in which case Virtus Pro is fist pumping once again. Great spot for them, as per usual. Fair few other teams need to get in though, but Fireflux, I hope that has reignited them a little bit in this game. I really doubt that 410 meters is ever going to be beaten this tournament by anyone else on Freezer.
Yeah, Brute Force going to be happy with that record. We'll see if anyone's able to outsnipe the sniper. But as you say, very, very unlikely. As you also mentioned there, Fireflux hopefully going to be ready to get back on the road here. Scarface was such a force to be reckoned with in the first week, and in general, Fireflux had so much power. A little bit reckless here from Zed Wolf. Being a bit of a hoodlum, I would say. Leaning out the window, shooting rounds at the sky. Very naughty. Can't be doing that.
Yeah. Definitely. Bit rude. Bit rude. 77, currently 64 points in 5th place. I think they found some groove in some of these games, but it's just a case of not always having that dominant finish. That makes sense. I think that a lot of times they're scrapping out for positions on the map. Some of their rotates are a tiny bit late, and I'm talking by a minuscule amount, but it does affect them in the long run. Brute Force, on the other hand, I have been not happy with this team. I know they're not doing badly, John, but it does feel like that they're here purely to antagonize other teams.
They are definitely, yeah. I think that's a pretty accurate summation of what it's felt like to watch Brute Force. I mean, especially the Falcons, right? That seems to be one of their main targets. And maybe that's just because they back up drop in Severny and have a lot of engagements with them. And Erangel is 50% of our games that we play, so kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. But either way, it's a bit of a bully team for Brute Force, and I mean, it worked out for them last season. They were able to win out the spring season, lift that trophy that we've been seeing over the course of those intros and various VTs. They have been the only team to lift that trophy for the PMSL, and we're looking to maybe find them lifting it a second time, although right now their work is cut out for them, yet to rise to those same heights.
Massively. Massively so. In the meantime, you got Trovo 2030 on our screens, who haven't really posed too much of a threat. I think they had a bit of a upswing over in week 2, and then that quickly fell off, sadly.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I think that I was starting to gain a little bit of hope for them at the start of week 2. They had some good games, they had some good rotations, their engagements they were taking looked clean, but it was just a really on day for them, and they haven't been able to repeat that since, which is unfortunate, because as I've said numerous times, it's my favorite logo currently. Realistic green lion. Can't beat it.
No, you cannot. Certainly one of the coolest logos in the lobby. It is a bit out there, though. You know what I mean?
I like it.
Slightly garish.
Yeah.
You know, if you like that kind of thing, that's good.
Yeah.
It's bold.
I don't
It's a
think
statement.
I wouldn't wear it, or like on a t-shirt or on a shirt. I don't think, personally.
We like the statement.
Yeah. I like the idea of it, I think, more than the actual like realization of it.
Yeah.
You know? I like the concept.
I get you. I get you.
Yeah. It's a very arty outlook. I'm just cultured like that.
Yes, you are. Good, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Of
right.
course, of course.
I've seen plays.
I've seen some plays here and there. I could call a play now and again.
Yeah, I've read books.
That's reasonable.
Biff and Chip season 1.
What?
Did you not read those as a kid? Biff and Chip?
I think I might have done.
Yeah. It's like a learn to read series.
Maybe not then. I could read from 1 year old.
Really? What did you read? What
What
was your first novel that you read at 1?
Well, obviously, obviously,
War and Peace?
novels are probably not the biggest thing that I consumed. I was consuming, you know, Hungry Hungry Caterpillar.
Oh, very good.
Yeah,
It's the very hungry caterpillar, but, you know, I'll let you off.
it's a Hungry Hungry Caterpillar. Think about it.
I mean, no, it's the very hungry caterpillar. You're thinking of Hungry Hungry Hippos.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, that's a good point. Didn't think of that.
And then I went on to read The Count of Monte Cristo.
Ah, yes, Don Quixote.
Very good for me.
That's a different story as well. So I don't know why I just said a different book. Sounds
Yeah.
the same.
Well, sometimes you gotta do it. Sounds similar, just say it.
Alexander Dumas.
Mm-hmm. True story.
Real and true.
Stage 2 on the way. Nice and soon. But everyone's kind of already there in the circle. Down towards the southeast side.
Yeah, large crunch. I mean, Los Leones being on the west edge of this central area, I mean, it exacerbates the recurring problem of this lobby. Well, problem, maybe a bit dramatic, but in general, it exacerbates the propensity of this lobby to go very central, right? Because it forces you to just not be able to play out on that west. The areas around La Bendita as well can be fairly open, and Impala on the east side of things really forces teams to either play quite far to the edge or slap bang in the center. And teams have liked to play in the center for a while, so that's kind of what we're seeing here.
Yeah, mostly just playing along this line. And that's probably the most atypical circle it could have been. Super central, a little bit out towards the eastern side in terms of the water, so should be quite a few teams holding around the coastal arena.
I want that island finish. Let's get it. That little island.
I wish. I do wish.
I reckon.
I don't know if it's possible. Not enough landmass on that one.
Maybe. It would be very, very rare. Let's hopefully pull a PSA 10 circle out to the island. Let's see it. Twisted Minds.
That's just the grading.
Yeah, but it's like a prime rare pull, you know?
No.
On the circle.
You could have a very uncommon card and it still be PSA 10. As long as you took care of it.
But I'm just trying to have a good time.
Sorry.
I don't need this kind of negativity in my life.
Okay. I understand. we got an ultra rare alt-art island finish.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, let's go. PSA 11. Let's turn it up.
Okay. Yes. Let's do it.
No, Nate's over the top. Twisted Minds. IWNRX. And you've got an overlook from Vibes on the hilltop here, on the east side of Impala. Ooh, Rob's dipping that one. Just a smoke, though. Tricked you. That's interesting.
It could have been
I mean, that allows IWNRX to actually push out through the window where Lord had the run out, where Rob's had the run out as well. Now they can open up, get different sightlines, start to burst through the smokes together. You can see Vibes just putting pressure down, but that's the run through they were looking for. IWNRX take care of Twisted Minds in the wings. Vibes not really able to do anything about it. Team Spirit, they're pushing in from the south, but they've taken a knock, and they're starting to put pressure on the teams to the north of Puerto Paraíso. Virtus Pro going to be first to face them.
Yeah, Virtus Pro down towards that south side. Again, this is the map that Virtus Pro tends to do quite well on, but it's Team Spirit already losing effect out here, which is a little unfortunate. It felt like in the first 5 minutes of the game, they've lost a player consistently each time. They might be able to get back up to 4 and stay as it for potentially 10 minutes, which would be nice.
I would like that. Doable? Have to wait and see. Team Spirit, getting away from it. Virtus Pro, getting away from it. Disengagements, both sides. Still on for that island circle, Blank.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Could be. I think it's almost impossible now, though. I don't think the center of the circle can land on that landmass out to the east. And I think even if the circle is as far east as it can go, that it would be possible in the next circle for it to land there either.
Oh my god!
Whoa.
Front flip.
Very cool. All 4 tires back in the dirt as well. So there you go. Style points.
IWNRX up to a cool 4 eliminations, but did lose a player. Sadly. We're on stage 3. 15 seconds until the circle starts to close. Another knock there for Na'Vi. looking to maintain their 7 elims per mirror mark.
Malloy, though, suppressing default, not going to connect fully on the spray down, unfortunately. The roll down towards their knocked back line is there. Team Spirit could third party this very, very easily. Look at the position that they've got. They're just on that hilltop over the sidelines. If Na'Vi don't conclude this fast, it could get messy if Team Spirit poke their noses in. Malloy, nade over the top, Flip's already down, so they are starting to bite back here for Virtus Pro, but there's Nomi. The third party starts now. So they're taking shots out towards it. Lemon, suppressed, low HP, popping this first aid. Icy spots him, get through as well with that knock. The hold for VP going well. But Team Spirit still looking to put pressure on. Default on the inside, blasted away by an aid. No more eliminations for them. That's going to drop the averages for Na'Vi.
It should do, finally. I think for Team Spirit, it totally makes sense for them to third party this, considering that Longhouse is one of the best spots inside the circle right now. Over towards the east side, at least. Malloy does find the knock over towards Team Spirit, though. Just cannot catch a break at the moment.
IWNRX with S2G to worry about. This is all the way on the northeast side, not inside the next circle. So this compound low on value in terms of the blue zone, pushing you in and out of this. S2G establishing off angles. They've got a lot of surround on this building, but they don't really have a breach and entry plan to go super successfully, but that's what they wanted to find. A knock, and that is now go time. Kelsey with that off angle pays dividends. Zedwolf holding the staircase for IWNRX to try and keep them in this match. They have managed to rack up 4 eliminations, but this might be their last stop on the Miramar train for now. Oh dear, you can't step up like that, but Zedwolf whiffs the spray entirely. Only connects with the final shot, and now he's got his work cut out for him. Has to descend, going aggressive, and straight away, Marso clips his wings. Zedwolf, you can't let it go like that. That is so unfortunate on the spray.
Yeah, I mean, there was a massive opportunity given to him there, and he just whiffs it. Sadly, to say the least. Guild trying to look over towards S2G, but I feel like the shots just are not landing. And S2G's got such a nice lineup there. Nomi finally falls for Malloy. And again, as I'm talking about, this is such a crazy strong position on the map. Over towards that eastern side. Practically no teams are over towards this position. Now Team Spirit needs to think about fully committing over towards the compound or backing things off. No matter what happens, though, either they take the hard fight with Virtus Pro or they crumble to the amount of teams that are going to be shunting in behind them soon.
See, here's the thing. I don't think that crashing that compound... Oh, I'll take that. I'll take that a minute on a breather as Kelsey goes down, and S2G lose a player to Guild. Nade's going to be traded over the top from both sides. That's looking good, but Jakey manages to evade the damage there. Still backing it off around the side 0. Looking to get back to the buggy, stretch their legs, get down to GG, not GG. No, they want to stick in for the fight. That nade on the bounce, nearly finding Swash, but he's into the vehicle, pops out the other side. Waiting for someone to poke their nose up. It's not going to happen just yet. And what I was going to say about Team Spirit, Blank, is that at the moment, I feel like crashing the compound now or later kind of doesn't change in difficulty. You're still going to get third-partied if you go for it. You're still going to have people looking out your way. So securing your backline may be more important to them at this time. Could be a little bit playing on their minds to keep control of a lot more ground, but they spread themselves too thinly. And exposing themselves to Virtus Pro didn't work out, obviously, there. Losing their forward point. Guild trying to get away, but Black Esports going for a mad dash across. And there's going to be a hold for brute force, or what remains thereof, because they are on their last legs. Pre-pod down, and Black Esports get across, losing only the 1 player.
So many teams over towards this northern side. It'd be a massive amount of third parties. As one team after another starts to fly on in. Third elimination now found for Guild. Holding the very limited amount of cover over towards this northern side. Black Esports do take a knock from Vibes. It's Mozero. Instantly there is a little bit of retribution coming through from Fireflux. Managing to just thread the bullets through there over towards Black Esports and Vibes.
Underarming the nade. Not going to connect with it. S2G pushing in with 2 now, as Guild were able to get the better of them. Hamzy maybe moving over towards Jakey, but diverted. Slow up to the wall here. GG, not GG, not going to be able to suppress that. The backlines there for S2G as well. Keeping that high ground with Swash. He really wants to slow things down. Keep Guild lying on their bellies and not going for these peaks. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out as Hamzy goes down. The heals can come through, but Black Esports getting on through, slithering their way in the midst of it all, and could stay safe for a lot longer than either of these two teams.
Nade goes high. Almost pummels. GG, not GG. Underneath. Next circle. Send our teams a little bit more central, potentially. And it is Virtus Pro's compound. Right now, though, Team Spirit currently holding off versus 77. The only team now on that southwest side. So this does become a full 4v3. Team Spirit would like to get the drop on them. They can find at least one knock, then life becomes a lot easier, but you're still just making it even, Stevens.
Ooh. Very low for Ragnar. He's still got more to face, though. Enigma Galaxy, with all 4 of their players alive, even if Redox is down. Ragnar wanting to heal. Snowick's cooking the nade, launches it forwards, and it's perfectly on the money. That little bobble to the side, just on some odd geometry, and Redox can get res. They can move 10 seconds for the circle. Not a safe path forwards, but it will be one that they can start to take, start to try and navigate. Virtus Pro, again, getting moved into on the circle. They have this central position. It's just a question of holding it out this time.
Enigma Galaxy, Fireflux, kind of the outside chances over on this western side. This is probably the furthest we've seen Enigma Galaxy into one of our games today in a long while. At least with 4 players, that is. 77 make their move. Team Spirit break wide. Try and create this pincer.
On the south side, Team Spirit, 77 on the challenge. Matic has the spray. Zadira backing off. Nade over the top. Trading it over. Zadira takes a little bit of damage. Matic none. Effect. Not going to get involved. Not just yet. Finally steps up over the ridgeline. I think those are shots coming through from him. Kitsune getting in as well. A nade over to Limbo Boom. Reposition. And he tries to draw Kitsune's attention. It's going to work, but does he want that to work? Unfortunately, there's a spray coming on through from him. Effect as well on that backup high ground. They're moving through, and Team Spirit looking to control 77 in this engagement. They've got the crossfires that are working to keep 77's heads down. Kitsune moving in now with Matic on a 1-2 swing punch, as Matic needs to find a revenge knock there. Unfortunately, his teammate is down. They do get what they're looking for, and they've kept Zadira out of this fight for the time being. Effect still up on that high ground. Enigma Galaxy could potentially try and third-party this, but a breakdown wide for Zadira leaves 77 alone. Last man standing.
It's a really good pinch and very well played from Kitsune and Matic. Essentially, all they were doing there was just trying to bait out the runouts from 77 so Effect could get the backstab. You don't see that kind of play very often, honestly. And Zadira coming back for more, maybe. I would not be surprised if he's able to find some value off the back of this.
I mean, currently our elimination leader, right? Before this game, anyway. It's going to be very close. Nomi was able to get 1 elimination this match, so Zadira could potentially get even more. But we'll have to wait and see. Vibes. They've been hanging out in these warehouses for a while now. They're very open, though, and they've been holding quite a wide split on it. With 3 players, I think their strength is going to start to wane. There's Ketch from Fireflux. Trying to dodge the nades, not going to work. Fireflux will fall. Enigma Galaxy, on this western side, they've been in a couple of scrapes right now, and they're still all 4 players alive. You can see they've got 6 eliminations, and they have a decent position. I mean, it's definitely not too bad to get that overlook on towards the Virtus Pro compound and to try and control Team Spirit down to their south. It definitely could be a lot worse.
Yeah, it's like that plateau that just looks over the compound that Virtus Pro is currently set up around. It really depends if you move over towards that western side or not. If it shifts down over towards that eastern edge, and there is a very good chance for Virtus Pro to win this game. But if Enigma Galaxy is allowed to control that western plateau, then yeah, maybe we're looking for a Enigma Galaxy win.
Could very well be. Guild. Trying to rotate now down the roadside. Getting to some cover on the terrain. Virtus Pro, they're going to be on the lookout for this. GG not GG is going to eat lead right there on that position. Most likely he won't be able to get away from it. Exo gets over the lip as well. GG not GG in a lot of danger here, trying to find some safety, trying to find an orientation that keeps him covered, but there's so many angles looking out towards him. May have just been able to find something, but Black Esports get the backstab. There is an answer from Virtus Pro, actually, across the way, and they're just stepping up. Virtus Pro are eating this lobby on the east side.
I mean, fair enough to them. They have a good spot to keep capitalizing gains off the back of. Taking down Black Esports on the back there. Gives them all the time in the world to set up on this north side of the map. Looks like a good molly, actually.
Ooh. Nice and accurate there. The spray with the UMP connects onto Exo, lands the headshot. Toshpik moving in towards Malloy. Can he hold it off? The rest of Black Esports also going to be pushing on in. This is a 1v2 hold for Malloy, and he doesn't want it. He wants to fall back. 3 players alive for Virtus Pro. They know they're fighting on too many fronts here. They're spread too thin. Retreat, a necessary evil for them. They're more concerned about Guild on the coastline. They've already got a lot taken out of that team. So they want to try and convert onto that rather than take a new fight with Black Esports.
Black Esports over towards that northern edge. Slowly moving in. They took that opportunity against Guild to get ahead of them, but his Vive still waiting in the wings. I think most teams just waiting for that stage 7 to kind of figure out where this one will be defining the end game at. Down towards the compounds underneath. I think it's more than likely that's going to be the case.
Nade over. Malloy re-engages on this fight. Realizes that Black Esports have slowed. But again, he's just backing off. He's keeping them penned in, but not getting too aggressive with it. GG not GG goes down to the blue zone. Not going to be resable here. They're all over the top. Vibes are starting to move in, and Black Esports going to have a real tough time in that little divot to try and play out this one. Icy, low on ammo. If you can get both of these players, then that'll be a nice little resupply. Oh, no. Oh, no, Icy.
Ooh.
Oh, Icy.
He's lucky.
How does he stay up from that one? Goodness me. Koa has the lineup as well. That's what you need. Someone on guard every single time. The Virtus Pro compound goes up and up in value. Vibes. Enigma Galaxy are challenging them. It's going well. Narvalo is down. They can get the res. Vibes are eliminated. Black Esports are eliminated. Virtus Pro now can regroup back to this compound. Move Icy back in. As Team Spirit getting pulled apart as well. Redox running them through. Matic on the back line is the last to stand.
Redox will have to back off. Matic sends him away. Is there a chance here to get Kitsune back up? Smokeside going down to try and assist his retreat. The rest of Enigma Galaxy have been called like big brothers to Redox, who was bullied slightly by Matic there.
Push off the angle, but has got some healing done. Matic not in the circle, neither's Kitsune. They spot the crawl back. Not going to work out this time. Last player standing for Team Spirit. 4 eliminations, and it's up to Matic. Zadira's still going, by the way, for 77. He's been a solo player for a long, long time. 2 solos and 2 3-player squads remain.
Kind of the battle for 3rd place, and where Zadira is currently playing, I think it's much more likely that Matic goes down first here. Especially considering he's not even in the circle yet.
Can shimmy a bit further forwards. Enigma Galaxy not going to try and address it. Not going to try and sweep through. I mean, you don't want to risk taking a knock when the blue zone's so close to you. One player going down is basically just a death sentence for that player, so don't necessarily need to risk a solo. You know that you can take them out in the end game, should you need to. Just keep that suppression on. That's what Redox is there for. Because Enigma Galaxy need to make their plan to crash the compound that Virtus Pro have held for so long.
Very, very slow game here. towards the end. And it does make sense because this breakout down towards the east side for Enigma Galaxy is not easy. It really isn't easy. You need a lot of smokes to make it work, and Virtus.pro played this game phenomenally so far.
Ooh, Icy gets the side swipe. Ralph spotted, taken down, and Matic steps up. He wants the points. Snowix goes over to him. Snowix maybe also getting 2 points added to the tally. Brilliant news for Team Spirit, and now it's just Redox on the hill. Virtus.pro have just had everybody else taken out. It's a 1v1v1 v3. Virtus.pro in favor in the center. Nobody else in the zone.
Yeah, 100% this is a Virtus.pro win. But it's up to second place, third place, and Zadira's probably got it in the bag. Ooh. Takes down Koa, and that will get him a third place guaranteed. Zadira's got to move.
Oh, Matic spotted. Zadira picks it up. A 1v2. This is potential here. Malloy with the spray needs to connect. Looks for the last shot. There it is. It's Virtus.pro finally able to defend their spot, and another chicken dinner coming through today for Virtus.pro. They are just keeping it up, hitting them with the L where it hurts the most. They get the circle shift to them quite frequently on that map, it has to be said. But they hold that longhouse. Team Spirit, you're right, they had the opportunity to take it from them. Did not go for it. Did not take that through. They lost their forward point, and with it, they lost their momentum. But Matic was able to still do a little bit of work into the late game.
That he was. I mean, Matic actually got a couple of eliminations off the back of that one, which was very surprising. And a third place, which I don't think he was gunning on getting beforehand. So although Zadira is able to finish off, get second place, he was stymied for those eliminations towards the end. But what a game in terms of that 1v1v1 mentality right at the end.
Yeah, stepping up and extracting a lot of value from Enigma Galaxy is great. Getting those 2 extra points, laddering up an extra time. You love to see it. Just makes you wonder what could have happened if they were playing as 4 for a little bit longer. Wasn't to be, unfortunately. This time around. Guild were able to do quite a lot. I think more than I expected from the position that they held. I think that was quite an impressive display from them over on the northern side, even if they didn't get a huge point tally this match. Very difficult maneuvering, as it was for a lot of players here. But in the end, Virtus.pro outmaneuvered everyone by staying completely still. 11 eliminations they earn and 2.7 thousand damage.
Yeah, they absolutely did not have to go anywhere. So although there was some good control from Virtus.pro, it was a much more simple game for them than it was for anyone else in the circle. Especially with the way the water was in that map, it felt so obvious they would be eventually pulling back over towards their compound and not actually moving up towards the full western side for Enigma Galaxy. So yeah, so I felt like it was in the bag from the very start.
Yeah, it definitely did feel that way for them. They had a long time to establish everything they needed to. Let's take a look at how that loads up on the match rankings. You can see 21 points on the game, but Enigma Galaxy with 11 eliminations accrued is great from them. Fighting out on the west side, 77 as well, keeping up pace, and Team Spirit, who have had finally a pretty decent game, 11 points to earn on this one.
Yeah, well played to Matic as well, as per usual. This guy on a solo position, so good, and he's remained really skillful throughout all the years. So I'm still really happy to see Matic play. But gone from this wildcard player to much more reliable teammate, which I think that development is one that has come over a long time, but is obviously something that's just really nice to see in real time as well. Here's Virtus.pro versus Enigma Galaxy. Obviously Virtus.pro, despite not having to move too much, they certainly output a lot of damage.
Yeah, they were really willing to go out onto the terrain, onto the surrounding ground to take fights. We saw the flex outs towards Guild and towards Black Esports as well, holding a lot of strength on that northern edge as basically solo players. Remember, they were holding that compound as 3 for the longest time, right? And a lot of teams were trying to poke their noses in. Fortunately, everybody else kind of locked themselves into this deadlock scenario and had a pretty decent time with it. Let's take a look at our match report. Icy with the highest damage, 1,118. That is big numbers putting through from Icy, but it was Snowix to lead on eliminations with 5.
Yeah, I mean, Snowick's on 5 eliminations. Obviously, this guy is not the most renowned player on Enigma Galaxy, but certainly is a player that has been putting up the work throughout the entirety of Week 3 so far, in fact, and definitely making a name for himself here in the PMSL EMEA.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that is a great result for Virtus Pro in our first of 2 Miramars. We have got another Miramar coming up next, so make sure that you stay tuned because we will be right back with you for more desert action.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
Welcome back. We have one more match to play today. It's another edition of Miramar, and we're going to be heading on over to the dunes very, very shortly. My name is John Allen. Blank is also here, and rightly so. He's the best man for the job. We are going to be heading on in. He's struggling with his mic on, but he's going to get it sorted. He's locking it in. The microphone is really giving him problems. Goodness me. We're all right, though.
Yeah, give me a sec.
Yeah, you got this. You got this. An excellent win for Virtus Pro. They were able to control the ground around them for quite a while. Much better than Blank's able to control his boom arm in that last game. And it was unfortunate that Team Spirit didn't go for that fight earlier on. An opportunity potentially for them to go on through Guild as well. I was a little bit impressed, as I said before, with their flow down the eastern coast to be able to get as far as they did, but they could not quite unleash the beast over towards Virtus Pro with Monster Energy at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Twisted Minds, they didn't really make too much of an appearance, but Coops' old stomping ground did, with Enigma Galaxy getting 11 eliminations in a highly profitable match on 11 points. For that, 4 placement points, I believe, so adding up quite nicely. Unfortunately, none for Coops there. That was not their best result. Team Spirit did survive very late into that match as well in that surrounding area. So a decent salvage game from Matic primarily to be able to rack up to 13th place. To 3rd place. Get 11 points on the board with the 2 eliminations that they added. IWNRX didn't really do too much in that last match, but they were certainly there. They were in and amongst it. They're not quite going all the way. A very difficult rotation, I think, for pretty much everybody in that lobby. Blank, how's your boom on? Are you in?
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. He's in. Are you just saying that? Are you actually not in and you're just holding your mic?
Well,
that's a yes.
Oh. Yeah, it'd be fine.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be all right.
I just won't touch it. That's all.
Okay. All right. No touchy.
No, we're good.
No touchy. Let's take a head-to-head look
touch
at Team Spirit and 77 over the course of, I believe, this is this week's game. So yesterday and today, 77 outstripping them on average elims, but in general, it's looking fairly even right now, Blank, for these two teams. And in general, they're sort of battling for the same spots on the tables.
Yeah, I think they're both in the same boat right now, which is not really getting circle look and not really being able to transition from that mid to late game. I think it's more of a rotational issue more than anything, purely because of the spots they're taking inside the circle, which is fair enough. And I think that they're both doing reasonably well considering where the circle is being placed at the moment. So I think it's fine. But all our players look like they are ready to go. Look at that.
Hey.
Music kicks in at the same time.
They're getting involved. Getting through onto the plane path we go. For the last time today on Miramar, we will be sending into the match. The plane is going to take us from Ruins down towards Partona. Cuts a little bit to the west side of the map, but again, should be fairly nice and easy for plenty of our teams, so nothing too much to worry about on this one. At the moment, Virtus Pro sat right at the top of the tables with a pretty clear margin now. 1, 2, 3 points, going over that 10-point average. And actually adding up to over an 11-point average here, Blaine.
Yeah, it's actually kind of incredible what Virtus Pro has been able to do over the course of a couple of days. So yeah, very, very nice. There's still one more game to play here, so we'll see exactly what point scoring they can end on. And again, for Virtus Pro, they've sort of put up a similar scoring to what we saw from Team Spirit last week so far, right at the beginning of their week. Very, very good stuff from them. And again, I think it has just gone from strength to strength in terms of that momentum, which keeps playing into a lot of our teams. It seems like PMSL EMEA is very much run on the back of emotion.
Bit of momentum-based gameplay, but you're right. I mean, Virtus Pro got 2 chicken dinners yesterday. Are they on 3 today? I mean, at least 2 today. I'd have to try and remember my as best as possible, but they've certainly got so much value out of today's matches. A South Circle may play well for them, but its centerpiece is Los Leones, and that can always prove to be troublesome. Enigma Galaxy also breaking out to the east side on their drop, which could force them to try and scrabble for those vehicles or go for a suboptimal drop.
It's very dastardly is those positions on the map. Down towards Los Leones. Really, really tough times when you have to play in towards that urban format, especially when we have so many teams, at least on this plane path, who are already gearing up around Los Leones. Not a huge amount of space remaining for a lot of these squads to head down towards. Brute Force has been a little bit more calm, I'd say, at least on these circles, especially because they're so far down towards that south side. They're more concerned with getting into the circle than anything.
I mean, it is a very valid concern.
I was going to say, pick up the level 3 vest. Please.
He's got it. He's got it. Spark's okay. He knows what he's about. And he's about
Put
getting
on
there.
the vest.
Yes. Don the armor. Become vengeance. Become the knight. Power sharing Los Leones right now with Trovo 2030. 1 north, 1 south. Looks like neither... Well, certainly Fadan is not super preoccupied with going for that fight. Los Leones is big and sprawling, so generally not going to find too much trouble. Poser, though, finds a bit of trouble on the terrain. Does manage to tumble back to his wheels, but we'll remember that. Don't worry.
We saw it. We all saw it.
Yep. Clip it. Send it to
There'll
him.
be
in DMs.
no escaping this embarrassment.
He'll never recover. Just like when Ketch jumped off the side of a cliff down 20 feet to his death. Do you remember that?
He didn't die, did he?
Oh, he
did
got
he
knocked.
actually got knocked?
Yeah.
Well, he did go very far.
He flew like 40
It was
meters.
kind of like he rubbed a load of oil slick on his shoes before he went down. He was gliding
The
mid-air.
old petroleum jelly trainers.
Yeah, that's right. Twisted Minds, just on the side of Hacienda del Patron. Getting nice and looted early.
Love to see
It's
it.
funny that 77 do have such a similar scoreline to Team Spirit. Yeah, are 9 points ahead currently.
That is interesting. I mean, they have, what was it, a 0.3 higher average elimination count, which over 11 matches does start to add up.
3.3 points.
So where are the rest of them coming from?
Yeah, exactly.
America,
So I didn't think,
explain.
I don't think they had higher survival time. No?
I think it was a little bit higher, but the average placements were fairly similar as well. I can't remember the entirety of the graphic, which is unfortunate. What's going on here? Redox. Going full Indiana Jones. Exploring the caves. Artifacts abound. Oh, look.
Get up.
Ancient Mesopotamian barrels.
Well, he's getting some pretty good loot from in there as well.
Yeah, very nice.
Some extra loot spot for yourself.
Brilliant.
Feels like a lot of teams are getting ready to center up again. We have our 2 circles of nothing.
Brute force. Winning out the duel around the wall. Pre-pod. Trying to hop to cover. Trying to get that flush, but thinks better of staying outside too long. Wants the healing first. The rest of vibes are in the wings. So it is time to be cautious. Stay alive, Brute force. Stay as 4. Furia. Not doing his best to do so. Freezer may be able to get some pressure back, but really nice response. A double volley as Prepod finally gets that flush. Not overly greedy, but could be punishable. Victor backed off by a nade, and that's the response, and immediately Furia's down. Too far forwards for my liking. I don't think Furia needed to go for this. I don't think he needed to push up this far. And now Brute Force have also lost Neos. Trying to take these fights, but Mozero now has to handle Prepod. Seems easy. He drops out the buggy, and now it's just Freezer. The rest of his team gets taken down, and that all was just a house of cards. They pulled out one stanchion, and it all came crumbling down.
Yeah, that's the classic case of antagonist brute force, just looking for fights where there is no need. It leads to situations like that, which is a little bit unfortunate for them.
Coops and Doran in a vehicle, sprayed out from Scarface, turning straight into Lux as well. He's lighting them up from the sidelines, gets the reload, looks for more as well, but the shots under the buggy are good. Sorry, under the pickup truck are good. At range, where is that coming from? I think that might be behind, but Scarface is still back up on the rock. Lux is still down, and he's under pressure. There's a player further on in, looking for the backup. I think that's Solke. No, it's Ketch, actually, to look for Coops behind this rock. Try and keep Lux safe. As he has the sideswipe, he gets the full broadside, but doesn't take the shots. Lux is still alive up the top of the hill here, and there's more backup to come. Doran now getting taken down on the cliff face, and they may be able to get Lux back up just yet.
Yeah, Fireflux with a very instantaneous response here. And the efficient drive-by. Oh, sorry, buddy. Maybe not a res immediately coming through for you.
Needs to be quick, though. Looking fairly low. Has a bit of time to play with, so hopefully they can get that one back up. Team Spirit trying to defend the Chumasera Hills as they ride on out towards the Falcons. Team Spirit with 4 players alive, already getting a knock towards the Falcons. A lot of the Falcons players grouped up. You can see Hope now trying to reposition. There is another Falcon on the long back line. You can see him just off in the distance there faintly. As Ragnar tries to get Ali back to his feet. Get the champ back out and swinging. Does manage to get the res. No vehicle there for Ali, so Ragnar does have to stick around for a little bit longer. Healing's done. Disengage.
Get out of there. Team Spirit. Actually, not a bad spot in terms of the central side of the circle. And again, I said that maybe they were looking like they weren't able to get these rotations through because they're a bit out of the way for them. This circle is a good test of what happens when Team Spirit is given a decent circle to mess around with. And then we'll see exactly the strength of this team currently.
Right.
Because this technically should be a circle for them. It does send far off towards that north side, so they will have to get a move on now, though.
Yeah, it's that open ground that we've seen a few times now between Picardo and Los Leones. That big, wide crater that sits on the northeast of this circle. Very, very treacherous. The barriers of Los Leones going to also force teams to get a little bit more crunched. It's once more a case of just packing as many teams as tightly as possible into the middle of this circle. I would not be surprised to see 2, 3, 4 teams in Los Leones in the next 4 minutes. Oh, Beyblade Zedwolf. Go for another spin.
I don't think
he's on the teacups.
Too much help right now.
Oh,
there we go.
There it is. Oh, but he's stuck. No, disentangled. So easy. First try, every try.
Untangle.
Oh. Replay on the spray down. Doshbrit. Eating too many rounds. Lemon.
Yes.
Hits him with the tap, tap to tap.
Power here moving up from Los Leones. Troll 2030 just slightly ahead of him at the moment. So S2G gets some good games over towards the early portions of the week, and those have somewhat dwindled. I'd like to see more out of that team. They are a really good team. They've got very strong players on the side. And again, on paper, this team would be rolling the D20s. And doing rather well in whatever campaign they were put in, but in real life, not looking so hot so far.
The western ridges of Los Leones. Very difficult to navigate. Very isolatory. Positionally difficult to play. A lot of sightlines downhill, a lot of vulnerabilities uphill. And it's so tempting to start taking peaks down south, but to the west, down towards the bottom of the hill. But it's just so dangerous because there's always a team higher up than you. And then for Trovo 2030, they're kind of locked in. So whilst that sure they are the end of that chain, where do you go from there? If it doesn't shift out your way, you could potentially be in with a rough position, a difficult set of rotations ahead of you. So we'll have to wait for that.
Yeah, I think for Trovo 2030, getting out from this position, not always fun. So you're hoping for this southern shift in the circle, which you kind of do get. It's a little bit more central, but it keeps that position in so they can play on the sidelines of Los Leones without really worrying too much about people running through Los Leones on the backside, because it's not exactly where you want to be in these circles. 77 and Vibes very much caught up in one another's rotate. Zadira and Limbo Boom setting wide though.
Could potentially try and get around Vibes and encircle them, bog them down in an engagement that becomes unfavorable. Na'Vi, all four of their players alive. Ooh, Twisted Minds. They're very central on this circle, so taking a knock like that, far from ideal, especially given that there are only 2 players alive. Spray down for Na'Vi over towards Guild's route out. Lemon not quite going to connect on the sprays, only going to hit the vehicles instead. As Guild do get away with it. All 4 of their players alive. Need to go around those trees. Good job, Zero.
You've got it. Made
Nice.
it in the end.
Nice slow. Better safe than sorry. Slow and steady. Wins the race.
Wins the race. They tested that recently, by the way.
Yeah.
Real turtle versus hare.
Yeah.
The turtle won.
No way.
Yeah, the hare actually stopped for a break.
But-
It's actually quite funny.
What happens if it comes up with a slower and steadier turtle?
Well, that would be turtle versus turtle.
Yeah. But if that turtle's slower and steadier.
I don't know.
I don't know. It's not looking slow and steady right now. It's all guns blazing. As Virtus Pro try and rock on into the duo from Twisted Minds, but they're still getting cut through. Unfortunately, losing Icy. Bishke is down, but they may be able to res this yet. 3 players alive for Virtus Pro, and very, very central onto this circle. So they've got that little slice of the pie to maybe be able to eat on later.
Stored away in the fridge. Or the freezer. Depending on how much later you'd like to eat that.
Yeah.
Yeah, weird circle in the sense that still cuts in a lot of Los Leones. There's still potential for a hard southeast shift on this one, in which case Trovo 2030 would be very happy. Team Spirit, in the meantime, will get themselves out of dodge, heads up towards the northwest, giving themselves a lot more room to rotate, keeping teams around them at arm's length.
I kind of like Team Spirit's position. I mean, they've got this ridge line that they can move up towards and play towards the teams in Los Leones with cover. S2G is the major threat for them, and actually S2G getting ahead of them on that ridge line that curves around and starts to point towards Los Leones, that goes west to east on the map as we see it. That could be potentially an important rotational path for Team Spirit that's just been usurped by S2G. Na'Vi could potentially also swing all the way over the north side around that crater and come in steaming towards S2G on that north edge.
But it's Pro, though, still also in a fairly decent position for themselves. I don't know if we're on the money for another Virtus Pro win, but I'd like to see it. I would like to see it. Stage 4 now, getting a bit more difficult to get those reses outside of the zone.
Yeah, not going to be
That's why
on.
you desperately need to start fighting inside the circle and not having scraps on the outside anymore.
There's this soft barrier that sits at the edge of Los Leones. They're just so difficult to leave from. So a lot of our teams are clumped up on the southeast side. Guild trying to move through. Black Esports trying to hold them out, but not going to do so successfully. As much damage as they're able to get done, Guild just have the numbers. And on the east edge now, it's just going to be Poser for Black Esports remaining. Whilst Guild get back up to 4, they can move through this town quite effectively. Meanwhile, over on the northwest side, Team Spirit did get a knock over towards S2G. So even though Hamzy is ahead of them, they may be able to do a little bit more.
Yeah, again, doesn't matter if you get ahead, but your backline's suffering. Not really going to stay in the front lines too much longer. Guild versus Na'Vi. Lemon's down. So is Jakey. Good shots from Axe. Lovely spray transfer.
Now Lord is there, but Poser has an angle through from the headland, and that's all 4 of them down. Na'Vi even managed to get the res over onto Lemon. They'll find all 4 of their players in. Guild is swept aside. Black Esports still just on Poser, but he outlasts the players taking their team down for the majority. And now, this next move, I mean, this is bold. This dropout, if it's not spotted by Trovo 2030, because why would you go for something like this? Could be... Okay, spotted.
Yeah. Yeah, why would you go for something like this? I don't think he had too much choice.
I was trying to pick him up, but he really disappointed me there.
Yeah, not much choice in the long run. But it was a very long run for him.
A marathon.
And he did not make it very far.
And he tries to sprint it. It's a bad idea.
Heading towards stage 5. Again, the circle's been really kind so far. I wonder if we'll see the same from stage 5, or if it's going to confirm over towards one side of the map on a bit of a shift here, or just keep pulling these teams more and more central. I think a lot of these squads wish that it would head down towards the south side of the map, though. Allow them to stay within their compounds as opposed to having to play out towards open ground on that northern edge.
Circle. Anticipation. As it goes down, and it does keep that south edge in. Team Spirit are going to look to crash onto that compound. I think so are 77. 77 a little bit slower off the mark, though. You can see Nomi has already scouted it. They've already got information, and they send in fast. 77 need to get a knock on the way in to have a hope of crashing in. S2G also going to try and take backstop here. It's only Magnum spraying down this approach, and nobody else is going to slow it down. A great, fast move for Team Spirit to get into the edge of this next circle.
Nomi's a bit out in the open, though. Ooh, that is a long shot, but does make it.
Just about. Does get flushed away as well. 3 players for Team Spirit. I mean, I thought it was miraculous that they made it with 4, and show me that, of course, it's just not possible to make it with 4 on that dash. They do lose a player, but I think that it's probably worth it in this scenario to get in from the position that they had.
S2G moving over towards Fireflux, actually. It's Scarface with the nade. Here's them coming close, pulls the pin, but it's an awkward position to send the nades across from. There's so many vehicles, he has no idea where to look.
Swash needs to be careful. If he doesn't know there's a player around, if he's more concerned up to this compound, which, to be fair, you kind of should. There's a nade already coming out. Hamzy spotted, but Scarface doesn't connect immediately. There's a response from a weapon, from a vehicle, from a buggy. There's no way Scarface gets out of that. He's stuck out in the open, and S2G consume him, enveloped.
Yeah, basically gave him the vehicle RKO as he came from off screen.
Watch out, watch out!
And fair play. Honestly, get rid of him as soon as possible. I think as soon as you hear 4 vehicles, it's time to regroup with the rest of the squad. Or at least request some kind of assistance. Because that was not going well either way. I think even just throwing the nade was a mistake. The rest of his team might suffer for it. Shots coming through from Na'Vi as well.
They're really trying to get out of this, but Fireflux health bars are falling like flies. 77 eliminated. They tried to swing in on the south edge. It's not going to work out. Fireflux are down. Getting in from outside of Los Leones is so hard. But S2G staying alive on the north edge, I feel like this gives them a lot of maneuverability. Virtus Pro are the main thorn in their side right now, though, because they are sat in front of them. They are a little bit isolated from everyone. They've got great sight lines. And in general, it's going to be really hard to crash the compound. The fortunate thing is that Virtus Pro only have 3 players alive, so they've got reduced numbers.
Na'Vi looking for another good game here. 5 eliminations already. They get chicken dinner. They sit themselves back up towards that top 8, which is where they feel like they belong. I mean, you've got to remember, this is the first day of games for Na'Vi. So 50 points so far is actually pretty damn good. They do hit that 10-point average if you don't count this game. I think for Na'Vi, it actually has been quite a good day, all things considered. Very central shift here. Falcons, once again, doing some good work. And continuing to do that good work as we hit stage 6.
2 eliminations on the west point. A little bit further downhill than others. So get a replay on Power holding out 77. This is when 77 tried to swing down, and that's just an unfortunate timing on the peak. I mean, he was firing at the player at the back, but turning the corner, eating the bullets for your teammate, sure, but they're finding their mark after you either way. Nice spray down from Power. And keeping 77 out, it's no small achievement. Good stuff from them.
Yeah, not at all. Virtus Pro on that north side. 3 players, but 4 eliminations. 1, 2, 3 on the scoreboard, which is very pleasing.
Ooh. And the 4, yeah, wow. With the 4 next to it.
Yeah, the 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ooh, if only we were back in stage 5.
All right, eliminate them now.
Time to go.
Eliminate them now.
They're done. You're out.
They have the perfect scoreline. They have to go down.
I don't think they're listening to us, Blank.
I wish they were.
Yeah.
A minute 45 on the next circle shift. IDBNRX in a little bit of a sticky situation. So is Power. Having to cross over this road towards that north side is difficult. See how it pans out, though. And I think for Team Spirit, even more so as they have to creep up over towards the Falcons, who are staying ever vigilant on that western side of the circle.
Oh, these western tiers of Los Leones making our players cry. It's just so nasty, and it's so temperamental. Circle luck really comes into play in an area of the map like this, right? Because it's either on your tier or it's not. And transitioning between tiers at this late stage in the game becomes very, very difficult. S2G taking a huge risk, all transferring in the same vehicle, hopping out and actually finding cover. Trovo 2030 just not peeking them, not taking the sprays. Allowing S2G into this position is wild. By the way, all in the same circle. Virtus Pro didn't take shots. Falcons didn't take shots. Trovo 2030 didn't take shots. What's going on?
This is their castle.
How's that happened? They haven't built it yet.
Well, it's half built.
It's a castle.
That'll do the trick.
Yeah.
For now.
Don't like it.
Stage 7. We are look, far into the game, and we have 9 teams and 31 players. Somewhat surprising at this point. I want to see a northern shift. Take us to the north side. I really want this game to become uncomfortable.
You want the players to make enemies in this lobby. That's what you
I
want.
rivalries.
Yeah. Rightly so. It'd be great fun.
Yeah,
Team Spirit
it's
with
not
3.
Not as northern as I would have liked.
Still south of the Thames. Team Spirit on the outside track. Gonna look to push in past the Falcons, but this is a really difficult ascent. And this is what I talk about when I talk about the tiers of the west side of Los Leones. You have so many ridgelines that you just have to keep cresting and cresting and cresting, and everyone further up than you can just lob nades down, can take shots down, and have a massive advantage when it comes to holding you out.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Spirit versus Pro Na'Vi, likely game over, right? At this point, you're relying on a little bit of luck and for your shots to hit their mark where it matters most. And 3v4 versus concretes, 2 grenades at your disposal. Yeah, this ain't easy.
Okay. Effect with a nade. Listening for steps. Ali in the vehicle. That could be on target. Nearly takes him all the way down. Connects and he repositions. Those steps will be heard, or maybe not actually, because Effect is still there. The nade goes a little bit long on him. Another from the arm of Matic into the back lines. They're putting more down range, and shots are ringing out from up the hill as well. The Falcons are going to be tested here. But so are Team Spirit, because there's answers time and time again. Virtus Pro, maybe third party, but they've lost a player on the north side. Spark trying to connect, but Effect's up to the wall now. Fights are starting to break out on the south side, on the north side, everywhere around them. And Falcons may be isolated in their hope of defense. IWNRX taken down in the meantime.
Yeah, the fact that they made it up this wall is impressive. It's a good initial shot from Effect, though.
Kitsune
That's
not so lucky.
unfortunate.
Ralph is here. This is Enigma Galaxy, a third party coming into this fight. Gets the flush onto Kitsune. Team Spirit will be taken down to 2. Effect is in for the fight, though. He wants it. Will win the spray. Will win the trade, but there's an answer. Matic now last to stand in the face of the pump action. The Falcons stay alive, but Enigma Galaxy have put the kibosh on this fight. They're looking for the nades downstairs. They're looking to try and drop these in. They are threading the needle a little bit there. The Molotov onto the inside, trying to burn them away, but Falcons now trapped on the edge. The circle condenses. Enigma Galaxy still have the high ground. SnowX wants to get a lower angle to get the nade further back, but Falcons dodge away.
It's a wild final circle, by the way. Virtus Pro still have members into this one with just the 2 here. S2G been biding their time inside the half-finished fortress. Na'Vi up to 7 elims, despite only having 2 players rocking into these final moments here. We're on stage 8 shrink before we hit zone 9 with 7 teams and 18 players.
Na'Vi with 7 eliminations, getting deep into this match. A great way to cap off their first day. Doing nice and healthy on those score lines. Spray from VP. Koa looking to connect, but Ragnar and Spark just about evading the sight lines. Another nade. Get the cook right and it could be big, but no, they just get out of it. He doesn't spot the crossback. Both of the Falcons now across and out of the way. Lemon gets spotted by Trovo 2030. This high ground is so devastating. They've been quite quiet from it, all things considered. Only 3 eliminations. S2G, I mean, they should have been being lit up by Trovo 2030 for a long time now, but finally, they may have the stones to step up. Na'Vi, keep on going. Playing this 2 now, getting the res. Koa not getting taken down by that spray. Axa looked like he was on the money, but now it's all up to Lemon on the back lines. Flushed away. 2 players there. Lemon doesn't reconnect. 4 nades in the pocket, though. And this is going to be difficult to stay alive for Virtus Pro. That looks good. Ooh, goes a little bit long. Damage tagged on, but not much more. A second nade. Cooking this one. Maybe a little bit closer. Splits the difference. Doesn't connect on either.
Yeah, it's a good split from Virtus Pro, understanding that they do not want to get double tapped by the grenade. 1 more remaining, and this one better be on target.
completely out of the zone. There's Trovo 2030 now. Looking to descend the building. Hopping around like Spider-Man. Dropping down to the ground floor. That's some pretty nifty moves, but he's going to need to take the fights now as the zone closes into nothing. Nigma Galaxy with 2. S2G with 4 players alive. Now do not have to worry about that super high ground from Trovo 2030. They've had to hop down. Playing as 3, they know where everybody is. They have full information on this lobby. Virtus Pro and Nigma Galaxy as well, further afield.
Marso finding Cattell. Trovo 2030 really lacking on some ammunition and utility. Even all the armor is shredded on their side. Practically no helmet here for Marcelo. Yeah, S2G made the most insane rotate towards his position, and it has worked out.
Somehow. Yusuf trying to get some bandaging, but Marso forces him off it. Hops into the vehicle inside the smoke upstairs. There's Trovo 2030 getting the res on board. Yusuf, in the meantime, hiding out in this UAZ. I mean, that may actually be a pretty smart decision. He's into the passenger seats now, can take shots, but hops out, wants the fight. S2G pushing a little bit too far up. Do they know that Yusuf's still there? Malloy steps forwards as well. Last in for Virtus Pro. He has to go into open ground, and Yusuf strikes from the smoke. Will get taken down in response finally, but the damage is done. Trovo 2030 have 2 players to descend. A 3rd player from S2G goes down. It's all down to Kelsey. You've got Nigma Galaxy and Trovo 2030 all trying to rampage through. S2G on 1, Trovo on 2 after they get the res onto Cattell, and Nigma Galaxy on 2 as well. Kelsey steps around the corner, cannot find it. S2G down, 2v2. Marcelo on the high ground, stepping around the concrete. Redox can't get spotted. Cattell doesn't quite connect either, and Stoic looks healthy. Steps wide, the DBS is good for 1. Marcelo now on the back foot. Steps up, the heel, not gonna land. And it is from underneath they find the chicken dinner. Nigma Galaxy arise to the top.
What a play from Nigma Galaxy, honestly, being able to jump out from inside of that one. Been slowly working their way up every single game today, I would say. Getting closer and closer to their chicken dinner, and they finally find it for themselves. A long time coming. I think this is one of the squads that has kept their chins up throughout the entirety of this tournament, despite having some pretty bad results here and there. So I think they can be well pleased with that one to finish off their day in that fashion.
Definitely a great way to cap off your day. Virtus Pro getting deep into that match as well to continue their strong streak here. Na'Vi doing bits to keep up their point scoring tally. I think they managed to get 10 points on that match, which is going to put them close to a 10-point average. Very, very nice to see. And it was really, really great stuff. A very difficult circle, all things considered. That west side of Los Leones, I think, is probably one of the most difficult places to finish a map of PUBG Mobile. It's really, really brutal, and it can really change on the drop of a hat where you go for it. I feel like Trovo 2030 could have done more to stop S2G going for this, though. I feel like S2G kind of, and I don't want to take it away from them, kind of didn't deserve to get that spot. They didn't deserve to be where they were, but they got it in the end.
Yeah, I mean, Trovo was spending so much time in Los Leones, and then we looked at their gear, and they just had little to no bullets on some of the assault rifles. Really, it was only submachine guns that they were kitted out for. Really no grenades either, so there's not much they could have done for S2G rocking up towards their position. I think it was just, it didn't really make sense to me, because they had all of the early game to loot of Los Leones. I just felt like they had nothing. That, or they were just taking random pot shots at players around the map, and then when it mattered most, like you say, when S2G rocks up, they have nothing to sort it out with. So yeah, a bit of a curious one for me. A bit of a curious one.
Well, I mean, they still get pretty deep into the game, so the result for them probably decent. They should be okay with it, but it's Nigma Galaxy with the chicken dinner to get 16 points. Going to tie that up with Trovo 2030 on their 10 eliminations that they were able to earn, so definitely not a bust for them in the second place, adding 6 placement points there. As I said before, though, Virtus Pro, Na'Vi, and also S2G putting double digits on the board. So a good cap off to Na'Vi's first day, a great continuation from Virtus Pro, keeping up the 11-point average to carry on into their third day of games. So look out, because the records could be broken here if Virtus Pro can keep this up.
I think Virtus Pro's had a mad amount of chicken dinners today as well, which we'll see in the daily winners shortly, actually. Team Spirit going out with 2 points, Fireflux with 2 again. So Fireflux not able to really keep up that streak that we saw from them earlier, sadly. Twisted Minds down to 1. I think Twisted Minds had that up streak in terms of performance, and then it quickly dropped back off again, which is sad to see. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate for them. I mean, again, it could still be teething issues, and I will give them a little bit of credit there. This is a newly formed roster this season, and it felt like they had more to say in week 2, but it certainly has shifted back. As we take a look at our match report, it was really probably, I would imagine that there's a lot of players very close to each of these metrics on eliminations, on damage, on grenade eliminations as well, because Cattell getting 4. Marcelo on 727 damage. Those aren't super high, and a lot of players were doing a lot of damage in those final circles. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see if that was a very hotly contested match report, even if it was those players rising to the top.
Yeah, 100%. I'd absolutely agree with you on that point, because it was a very action-packed ending to that game. A lot of just stalling for an explosive finish. Here are overall rankings on the day for chicken dinners for Virtus Pro. So 2 from yesterday and 2 from today. 134 points. Twisted Minds not far behind them with 92, and Team Falcons in 3rd place. Very, very well done to them to keep the scorings up here. Just 1 point ahead from 77.
And hey, look at that. RCB still on the front page after a day of not playing. So that's a great record to be able to hold. 65 points still from them. Team Spirit have just been able to get a 3-point lead on that. But of course, 6 matches in the lead as well, and no chicken dinners going their way so far. And again, I feel like 77 is becoming one of the most consistent teams in this lobby. Na'Vi as well, keeping up their pace and staying pretty close to that front page, right? I mean, 55 points. They are competing with RCB's metrics, not quite up to the level of Virtus Pro's metrics right now. So we've still got a little bit more to see from them if we want to put them in the same bracket this week. But definitely off to a very, very good start. 55 points on 6 matches. Great stuff.
Yeah, again, I think you're right in terms of Na'Vi. Obviously, it always is overshadowed by their first week. But if we truly take a look at them, they have been so consistent from week to week, not really dropping out from the top 8 too often. And I think with only 6 matches played here, likely to continue. And Guild in 14th place. Would you believe it?
Hey, look at that. Not even in the bottom 4. Great stuff from Guild. They got their chicken dinner today. They've got evenly balanced placements and eliminations. I mean, this is looking better, right? Okay, well, they've got 2 days under their belt. Maybe they'll try and get a little bit more done, because I hope that they can. I hope that they can find their feet. I'm really rooting for these guys, you know? And they got that chicken dinner. Virtus Pro, 2 chicken dinners today, though, so...
Yeah, it's big. I mean, Na'Vi getting their first one. That was a nice game from Na'Vi. Then 2 Virtus Pro chicken dinners and very high placements on pretty much every single map here for Virtus Pro, which is honestly the more impressive thing, because they felt very close to a few other chicken dinners today that could have potentially gone over to them. But Nick McGalaxy picking up that chicken dinner at the end is a nice way to cap it off, especially because I think Nick McGalaxy's been searching for a game like that for quite a while now.
Yeah, they haven't been as impressive as maybe we would have thought towards the start of the tournament. Certainly not on this week so far. And we'll be looking out for them to keep up pace with that final chicken dinner. I mean, it was a very coin flip kind of finish as well in those final moments, right? I mean, it was basically a TDM, right? At that stage, you just went for it. And the thing I'm really unsure about is that heal, that back step from Trovo on the high ground from Marcelo, that heal that he tried to go for. Yeah. You're just not going to have time to do it, because the blue zone's pushing you in. You're going to have to crest the ridgeline. I mean, maybe 1 in 50 times you get that heal off, right? But the other times you take the fight, maybe you get a knock. Maybe you take a shot at someone who's downed already and you get a point, right? You get an extra point and a little bit more value. It's very unlikely that you win that, given that your teammate downstairs has gone down. You weren't able to get those crossfires working. And in general, I feel like, Trovo 2030 definitely got a little flustered in those final moments to allow Nick McGalaxy to take that chicken dinner.
Yeah, which is, it's a little bit sad, but what can you really do at that point in time? I think they were just happy to get themselves a 2nd place. They had the spot to do it in. They just hadn't really looted up quite enough towards the end of the game to really make it happen. On the other hand, S2G, wild performance from them. I'm glad that they do get themselves a nice ending there, despite not picking up the chicken dinner. I don't know how they got into the circle itself, but they did. Just basically throwing the UAS at those walls.
It's just
It's
like
I'm calling Koa for MVP, by the way.
Oh, okay. Koa, I may
Yeah.
have gone for maybe Icy. I mean, in general, he's a big pull on the shifts. I mean, I remember he was top damage on one of their chicken dinners by quite a long way. But I think you're right with pinning Virtus Pro as an MVP teammate. It just depends who, right, on that roster is going to be taking that one down. I mean, it's a pretty difficult one to call. I think Koa is maybe. I think I would go either Koa or Icy, and potentially.
Are you looking at the stats right now?
No, are you? I was looking at I was making sure that I had the right players on the team. That's what I was looking at their roster.
I see.
Yeah.
Damn.
But you're right.
Oh.
It was Koa.
Okay, cool. Nice.
Very cool.
I guessed it.
Yeah. Oh, you did. Oh, you did look at the stats, didn't you? You knew.
No, I didn't.
You pretended
I didn't.
You pretended to do analysis.
I didn't. I don't even. I actually don't know where I can get the stats.
You do know where you can get the stats.
I do not.
You know exactly where you can get the stats. You look at them right now. I can tell.
I'm
I can
not
see it.
looking at
I can
any
see it in your
stats.
cheeky grin, Blank. But
Yeah,
that does mean that
I'm not
Koa
looking at any stats right now. I
is
don't need
gonna-
to.
I wonder if Virtus Pro are going to call out Team Spirit in their TDM challenge, because of course with that MVP title, Koa does get the choice of which team they'll take on in the warehouse.
Yeah.
Are we going to see Team Spirit back in it again for a 5th time, or is it going to be someone that they want to take on
I'm going to say football is chaos.
again? I mean,
Yeah.
kind of
For Koa,
kind of correct, you know.
yeah, I think for Koa, I think
We'll
Koa
see.
will choose
Oh.
Black Esports.
Oh, there we go.
It's kind of on the same trend.
Yeah, it's a similar sort of vibe. So there you go. There's our
Yeah.
MVP call out. They are going for Black Esports, a team closer to the bottom of the tables than the top. But when your $500 are on the line, you just want $500 sometimes. And I can't really fault that. That's
Yeah.
probably something I'd
Neither
do
can
too.
I. Yeah,
would do that too.
RCB made the mistake.
Yeah.
Of,
They're like,
trying to choose
we're calling out Team Spirit because we're so good and cool. Oh, rats.
Yeah. You can find us on our social medias or at PUBG Mobile Europe Official or at Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok to find out all the data and the results from the MVP and the TDMs. Make sure you keep up to date with that. My name is Blank.
Ooh.
That is John. That is John.
Oh, I'm over here. Yeah,
He's
you're
over
over there.
there.
I'm over here. We're good to go because we have finished our day for day number 2 of week 3. We've still got 3 more days to play, so make sure you tune in tomorrow, same time, same place for more PUBG Mobile here at the PMSL EMEA. Thanks for tuning in today. We'll see you there.
Here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The need through the back line. He finds one and it's turned.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.